Hello, welcome to Maupiti Tuesday. I'm your host, Robot Spacer. What's Spooky Tuesday? I've never heard of that. It's always been Maupiti Tuesday here, and it always will be. Thank you all for joining me. Mac, holy shit, I just started. Great to see you all. Thank you so much for coming by. Hope you had a good stream. Shoot, I don't even have my shout out app open here. One moment, please. I just got back from a short break, and anytime I do this, I'm just completely disoriented. It's like I've never streamed before. There we go. Colinair, thank you so much for that resub. 11 entire months. Thank you very much. Great to see you all. Let me say hello to everybody here. Shoot, things are covered up here. I can't see the top of chat. There we go. Derek Ironbutt, good to see you. 6-7. 6-7 says, I'm expecting to see this game played every week in 2024, so no rush. Do you want help creating a database to record what everyone says about everything? Thank you for offering, but no. I'm not opposed to doing that if it seems necessary at any point, but I'm resisting because I don't think it'll be fun for anyone. Dronot, good to see you. Derek Ironbutt, I do not know how to reread the chat rules. If you're wondering about my rules, it's basically don't be a dick, don't spoil things unless I ask for them to be spoiled. That's pretty much it. There's probably some other specifics, but yes, there is an extra I in Maupiti Tuesday, just like there was an extra O in Spooky Tuesday that no one ever noticed. Mac, I missed Wolfenstein 3D. Nice. I have never played that one. Silver says it will potentially always be Maupiti Tuesday until Robot Spacer solves a murder. Also, good evening. Yeah, we're gonna be here for a while, I think. I'm kind of hoping we can finish the game by next month, because next month is Marchintosh, which is a celebration of classic Macintosh computers, not unlike Doscember is a celebration of DOS. And I would like to do as much Mac stuff for the month as we can, and I also don't want to interrupt these games for an entire month. So I hope I can finish at least one of the two games, either this or Conquest of Camelot, but we shall see. Dronot said, I finally heard from an admin who was able to post on French website Maupiti forum. Of course, it's mostly dead, and the last post was in September 2022, but still. Good. I'm glad to hear it. Changing your title screen means you're guaranteed to crack the case today, though. I mean, if that's what happens, that's great. I considered adding an extra I every week, but I didn't have time to do that, and I also thought it might be a little too ridiculous. Oh, Silver says, gear on lower right next to the chat button, and there's a link that says view chat rules. Thank you for pointing that out, Silver. Efton, good to see you. Extra vowels are for ghosts. Perhaps. So it says, I eventually also need to steal some Robot Spacer's time later this year, and I would feel bad doing so if the murder is unsolved. Yeah, I probably won't be able to participate in that until we tackle one of these games, but we'll see. They'll probably also be on a different day, but we'll figure that all out. Jonah says, I posted in French or tried to explain about the hex code fix. Figured that would be a good starter. Meanwhile, I'm still working on the guide, but I'll have to put it on hold for a bit. Next month is busy. It's interesting that the French version of the game is not broken like the English version is. That bug is specific to the English DOS version for whatever reason. Thank you for the screen, Efton. So, I would like to recap, but I don't actually remember what happened last time, 2 weeks ago. It's been too long. I really wanted to review the stream to refresh my memory, because I know we discovered some new things, especially at the beginning of the stream. and I cannot fucking remember them at all. So if anyone else remembers, please feel free to remind me. However, there is good news, which is that after stream last time, I did do a bunch of homework. And by homework, I mean rewatching previous streams to take notes on some things that I failed to take notes on the first time around. Specifically, I wanted to make sure that I had written down all of the conversation topics that you can unlock by either talking to people or discovering things in the game. And there was one last one that I was having trouble figuring out, and it turns out, let me go ahead and show you. Oh yeah, another thing, we're playing the game in the correct resolution now. It was always 300 by 200 resolution, but I assumed that, like most other DOS games at that resolution, it was meant to be stretched. A lot of DOS games at that resolution, especially from like a US developer working on NTSC TVs or CRTs, like that's how those images would display, stretched out. So the pixels are not square. They're a little bit taller. And so things that are round when displayed like we're seeing here would be a little flat. Whereas if you correct the aspect ratio and stretch out the image a little, a round thing is going to be more round because that's how it was designed. So I just kind of always assumed that this game was meant to be displayed that way as well. And for 10 weeks, I never really thought about how the clock was stretched out. And then last time we streamed, I finally realized that, and I looked at the screenshots on Moby Games for the original and the original Amiga version, which the French developer, they would have been working on PAL displays, and like those pixels are actually a little bit, like a tiny bit wide from being square, but pretty close to square, a lot more close to square than NTSC TVs. So I think the game was designed for a 320 by 256 resolution, but it was displayed with black bars at the top and bottom, so the image area was basically 200 pixels tall, which meant that it would be pretty much like we're seeing now. Interestingly, the clock is actually like a pixel short of being a perfect circle, but it's definitely a lot more circular than it was before. So I think this is how it was designed to be played, although certainly the way we were playing it before is how a viewer in the US at the time would have seen the game anyway. So it's not like it was super wrong, but this is definitely more what was intended. And I do think just looking at various stuff in the game, it looks like it was meant to be this way. So the thing I was going to say was that we have somewhere in here a newspaper. I think it's in the jacket. Pills and a newspaper. And this newspaper has a bunch of headlines here. And this one here says, "White Slavery. The Council of Djibouti calls for calm after little Marie's disappearance." So, this is referring to what has happened here on the island and what we're investigating. And white slavery is one of the conversation topics you can unlock. And it took me a long time to actually unlock that. But when I noticed that happening, I just kind of assumed that it was because of reading this newspaper, which I also had not done in a long time, because once you've seen it, like, there's not that much information here, so it didn't make sense to go back and read it every time we start the game. So I figured this is what did it, and, I just died before I ever noticed it on the first playthrough. But then I tried that, and it didn't work. But it turns out it is reading the newspaper that does it, just not this newspaper. I don't know why, but there's another newspaper you can find in someone else's room that's identical to this. And if you read that one, it unlocks the conversation topic. It's in Anita's room. I had to go through a bunch of streams to finally figure that out, because even when I noticed that topic in the game, I assumed that it was this paper that unlocked it, and I just had to carefully analyze my actions throughout the past couple streams to narrow down, because I didn't even notice it until the stream after I'd actually unlocked it. So it was a lot of work, but we finally know how to do that now, so that's great. And we'll definitely want to go around and ask everybody their thoughts on that. Hopefully it will get us something interesting. I also made a bunch of other notes of things we should do. One thing I realized, I think on stream last time, was that observing, there's an action in here, not in here, in the main menu where you can observe. And generally I didn't do that unless there was something specific I was trying to observe. But frequently, if you are in an area and there is a person there, especially if there are multiple people, there are interesting things to observe. And I really need to try to do that very, very often. So I'm gonna try to remember that. Let's see. I also noticed that there's a cross and suntan lotion on South Beach that you can find, and I kind of thought those items appeared late in the game, but they're actually there the entire game, I think. So we should go grab those and show them to people, especially the cross seems kind of interesting. I'm not sure if we ever figured out who that belongs to, but that could get us something interesting. We really need to fill in schedule gaps. We have a lot of those. They're slowly diminishing, but especially here, there's just a bunch of gaps where we don't know what people were doing, and it would be great to fill that all in as much as we can. Another, I hope, a significant thought I had while I was rewatching streams was that I should maybe examine my assumptions about the memorization mechanics. There's this mechanic where you can memorize any line of dialogue that is said to you. You put it in a numbered slot, kind of like you do with the save file, and then later in the game you can present that line of dialogue as an argument. It's in a debate menu, so it's like you're debating with a person. And my thought all along has been that the way to do that is to call someone out for, catching them in a lie. And there have been some lies that we've caught people in, but there's never been the right dialogue to use to talk to them about that. And a thing I realized is that it might be worth memorizing dialogue one person says to us and presenting it to a different person. An example is Bruce tells us that Roy wears a diamond like one we can find in the game in his right ear. And, what would happen if we presented that line of dialogue to Roy, for example? Or someone says, where was it? I know I wrote it down. What if I memorized the line about Maggie telling me what's in the bookshelf and told that to her? Oh, right. Someone tells us that Maggie will tell us what is in the bookshelf, what was stolen from the bookshelf in Marie's room. But she never does that. But it occurred to me, what if I told her that someone else told us she would tell us? that's like a normal human thing to do, right? And maybe that's how the game is intending us to use this mechanic. So I think that's worth trying to see what happens. Maybe nothing will happen, and I'll be very disappointed, but fingers crossed that gets us somewhere. I got a couple other things I wrote down, but I think we'll leave it at that for now. Let me catch up on chat here. Oh, Silver's suggestion for chat rules is not on mobile. I see. Yeah, we are 4 days behind on Groundhog Day. That is true. You figured out you could ask Maggie about the locked door and found lots more opinion topics. Okay. I feel like asking Maggie about the locked door was a couple streams ago, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. It's all a blur at this point. Time dilation, yes. Dronan says the Amiga version had animations on some screens, extra small details. Some NPCs look different. Yeah, I was looking at the screenshots again when I was looking at the resolution situation. And it's really interesting to compare the art between the two. I definitely would like to spend a little bit of time checking out the Amiga version at some point. I don't know if that's in English. But regardless, it'd be nice to just kind of explore around a little bit, even if it's the French version or whatever. Oh no, time is passing. But yeah, the differences are like, it looks like they tried to keep all the art very similar, like exact same like perspective and stuff, like almost like they traced over it or something, but like all the art is very, very different. Like, like all the big things in this room are in the same position and look roughly the same, but like the fan on the wall is a completely different design. The radio on the shelf, like that's an actual like built into the wall, like mounted radio thing. Very, very different. The hat there on the dresser is completely different, stuff like that. So it's interesting to compare the two. I feel like overall this version looks like they spent more time on it, and it is like more detailed mainly. But the original definitely is interesting to look at and still looks very nice. David Alexander, good to see you. Dizor, good to see you as well. I keep remembering things that I can't remember if they actually happened last week or a time before that. I just remember the time we overheard a conversation between Anita and Sue. I feel like that was a couple streams ago. But again, it's all a blur. So you're going to become a gossip. Yes, exactly. That is the goal. They don't know that they... but they don't know we know that they know we know. Yes, exactly. This song might actually have enough cowbell. Perhaps. I would reload, but the game doesn't let us do that, so we just got to go with what we've got here. But I think we'll get going now. An event about Discovery I made a few days ago. It's not a spoiler because there isn't enough information. Interesting. Okay. I might not read it, just in case. I'm worried you're going to tell me something I don't know, and like later I'll have the context to understand what you're saying, and at that point it will be a spoiler. So I might not read it, but you're welcome to share it if you feel it's big enough. So let's see what's on my list here. So the current time of the game here, I loaded up my last save because I figured we might as well start here. Juice has just been pulled out of the water. So it is 7 a.m. on the second day. And where is that? body found up here. Okay. Okay. 7 a.m. on the second day is like right around the same spot as 7 p.m. later that day, just on a different page. So like it kind of throws me off occasionally when I'm trying to find my place in here. Okay. So a thing we need to do here is to talk to Anton. I think we determined that talking to Chris didn't do it, but let me double check my notes. We need to unlock Just's murderer as a conversation topic. And I think the only way to do that is to ask Anton about the death. But Anton's not here. Where did he go? He went to tell everybody about the murder. Peer. Maybe we'll just wait a little bit for him to come back. Let's observe. Nothing noteworthy. Figures. You do still get that sometimes, but definitely I need to check that more often. Let's go to Maggie's. I feel like there's some people there. No? Maybe inside? Maybe I'm just wrong. Oh, it's actually okay. More time has passed than I thought. It was right around the time of the body being pulled out of the water when I loaded up the save, but time passed while we were getting started here. This cigarette butt on the ground, I feel like figuring out when that appears might get us somewhere in like narrowing down who left it. But I don't know that picking it up is worthwhile at all. Oh, here's some people. Maggie, Sue, and Bob. Let's observe. Nothing in particular. Figures. Oh, another thing that I thought of was a comment. Anita told us whenever a room is empty, Maggie double locks it, which made me realize that maybe I need 2 locks to get in that locked room. I still don't know if that's even possible, but like it feels like it must be, right? This is the locked room here. And every time we try to go in, it says it's locked. We have 2 keys in our possession right now. But for all we know, neither one is a lock we need for the door. It is possible that one of those keys opens one of the locks, but like if it's double locked, we need 2. And one of the keys we have is for Just's house, which I assume that key would not also unlock one of these locks. That doesn't make a lot of sense. Oh, let's go to South Beach. So there's some suntan lotion here. Oh, I'm going to have to drop things. Lamp. So let's pick this up. Trick has been played. I don't know why it says that, but we have the suntan lotion. And then there's also this little blue pixel here is a cross. And now if we go somewhere else, this is probably the goofiest mechanic in this game. We have to drop these items somewhere else to get a better look at them. But now we can look at what we dropped here. There's a couple things here we don't care about. But the cross is interesting. Don't find any clues in particular. Let's touch it. Touch wood. Okay, so we know it's a wooden cross. The odor of holiness. I didn't expect that when I tried to smell it. I figured we wouldn't get much. There's nothing to read on it. That's all. Wait. Oh, I accidentally dropped the wrong thing. I dropped the binoculars instead of the suntan lotion. Okay. You think they give you some feedback that you have one of the two locks unlocked or something? I mean, for all I know, they do. If you have one of the right keys. But it also seems possible that, they just don't. And maybe I do have one of the right keys. Okay, here's the suntan lotion. Look at suntan lotion made of manoi. I don't know what that is. It has a rich, sweet flavor. And touching it is not useful. Okay. Okay, so now I'm going to... Oh, I should have picked those up while I was doing that. Whoa, that was weird. It's just like... Oh, what? Huh. It auto-advanced through them? Am I dying? It auto-advanced through them, and then the game locked up. I think I'm dying. I've died. Okay. That's fine. Maybe we should just start over. Let's start over. Your clumsiness has returned to haunt you. The men have thrown you into your cabin and locked you in while waiting for the police who had been contacted by radio. For you, the affair is finished. So we did so bad that the people got suspicious and decided to lock us up and call the cops. Okay. So we need to start off by grabbing our money. We still haven't used that in any useful manner, but I feel like it's good to grab regardless. Take it. Don't think we need to worry about anything else here. Pills, newspaper, that's all. Okay. Okay. Good robot quote. Am I dying? I feel like I say that a lot during this game. Oh, that's why it sounds a little weird. Hello? Okay, no. For a second I thought maybe my voice was coming through my headphones, but it wasn't actually. Marie's
Hello.
bookcase. Hello. I'm just checking my notes to think of what we want to do early on. We can go grab that suntan lotion and cross. Let's see. Maggie's is near there? Yeah. Thank you for the egret. Take. Okay. I don't think observing generally gets you anything if there's nobody there, but my microphone. I do know that in the pond, if you observe, you can get a comment about the water going up or down. So maybe I'm making a mistake in assuming that's not worthwhile. Maybe I should just always observe every time I go into a new area. Is there a speedrun time for this game? That's a great question. Let's find out right now. My hunch is no, but maybe I'm wrong. I can't remember if I've ever tried to look it up. No results found. So at least there's nothing on speedrun.com. Obviously, that there's people doing speedruns that don't end up on there, but I feel like I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't say that most don't. It seems like most English speaking people would put their runs up on speedrun.com, but it's possible that's not necessarily true elsewhere. We discovered this hole in the tree. That was really interesting. It's dark as a dungeon in there. And we discovered it later in the game. And there was money in there, but there isn't now, which is interesting. So at some point, money appears in that tree. And it would be very interesting to figure out why and who puts it there. A 60-hour run. I feel like if you knew how to win this game, it would probably not be that hard to do it very quickly. Especially since you have the wait mechanic, so you can skip a half hour at any time. You can also skip an hour at any time by sleeping or I think eating. I'm not positive if eating wastes a whole hour or not. But like you've got ways to pass time quickly, and I feel like if you know what you're doing, you could do it pretty efficiently. Don't tempt me. Gotta get me one of these money trees. There were I think $42 in it when we found it, I want to say. So yeah, pretty good tree to have. Let me make a note about that. Let me review my notes actually. Oh, right. We also found Hinton. Hinton, thank you so much for 15 entire months of subscription. Thank you so much for all your support. King Arthur, Wilburina the donkey. Let's live it up in the desert. Woo! Unfortunately, not today, and also not on Friday. Friday's plans have been changed a little bit. We are going to play the demo for Perfect Tide Station to Station, which is currently in development. And Meredith Grant has been gracious enough to give me early access to the demo. It actually comes out next Tuesday, a week from today. So if you want to wait and play the demo yourself, you won't have to wait too long. But if you want to get a little early peek at it, that'll be on Friday at the usual time. Thank you for the thanks, Hinton. It's good to see you. Should totally route this game when you beat it after a good time away, of course. Yeah, I think I'll definitely want a break, but it would be tempting to speedrun, and I think interesting. But yeah, I was just about to say, we found some notes in Bob's cabin. One of them said, shipment tomorrow, Monday during night. Place will be indicated to you the next time. If you agree, hoist the yellow flag, Lady in Black. And then there was a note after that said, I'm disappointed. Counted on your boat. Embarrassing situation. Have to take serious measures. Accept my offer or I will no longer be responsible for Marie's life. And like the notes get kind of treated as a group. And then also, they're together. So my assumption was that the Lady in Black also wrote the second note. It sounds like they're related, just the text of them, but I don't know if that is necessarily an accurate assumption. But yeah, that was another interesting thing we found at the beginning of stream last time. So I think we've successfully remembered most of the things that I forgot about. Okay. What are we doing? Now Lady in Red is stuck in my head. I'm sorry. Oh, Bruce is here. Let's observe. Bruce paces back and forth. Interesting. Why is he pacing? Let's talk to him and show him these things we found.
Yes, sailor.
Cross.
I don't have anything particular to tell you about that thing.
Okay. Show suntan lotion.
Don't you have something else to show me?
No, I just did that. That's all I have. I figured the suntan lotion is not super interesting, but it's an item we can find, so why not show it to people? Let's ask him what he's doing.
I'm taking a walk.
But why are you pacing, though? It's a very specific thing. I should write that he's on South Beach here. Thank you for the follow. Great to have you here. Okay, it is 11. Okay, so I did write that in the right spot. Good, 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 good. All right, let's go back to the pier. Roy's here. What's Roy up to? Nothing to signal. Okay, let's talk to Roy. Are the voices synthesized by the game or are they saved as audio files? They're definitely synthesized. Like, I think if they were saved as audio files, they would sound much better.
Yes.
And like the game was on, I think 3 floppy disks. And definitely a little early for games that actually have recorded audio in any form. Like I think we didn't really start seeing that until CD-ROM era, when there was enough space to store files like that. I guess the Amiga had like built-in voice synthesis, so that's most likely a big reason that they did that for both of these games. The previous game being Mortville Manor. But it's kind of interesting that they, put the effort in to preserve that for the DOS version as well. The voices do sound a little different in the original, though. It's a very different tone to them. Not sure how the voices could sound better. That's true. You're right.
I don't have anything to say about that.
Okay. Like I feel like this cross in particular has to belong to someone. Oh, okay. Nothing to say. I'll ask him what he's doing just to see.
I'm working.
Okay. $11:30 now. Let's see. What are other people doing? Bob and Anton. We don't actually know. They might be in their cabin still. There's a bunch of people that should be on the pier at noon, but I don't know where they are now. Distantly remember a friend's Apple II game where you went through a maze. Enemies would follow your scent, and if they caught up you here, we gotcha. Shoot. Is that the one? There was a game that French Toast Please was talking about, and I can't remember what there were like brief little voice recordings in that game. It might be the same one, but I can't remember what it's called. Bob's here. Let's observe. Nothing to signal. Okay. No, we didn't talk to Bob yet, right? We talked to Bruce and then Roy. Show. Oops. Let's start with this one.
That doesn't mean anything to me.
Okay.
It's not mine.
Okay. His devs were like, let's take every kid's nightmare and turn it into a game. Okay. While we're here, let's see. We want to do some things. We want to try this door to get that unlocked as a topic. No pun intended. Let's see. I have a to-do list here. I'm going to cross off read the newspaper because that's not actually useful, but we do want to read the newspaper in Anita's room. and get the key. 11 a.m.-ish. Okay, we can go in there now, probably. Let's see. This one? I always get Sue and Anita's room mixed up. Okay, we got the right one. So I think if we open this cabinet is where we find the newspaper. Forget which side. A revolver, a necklace, chloroform. This reminds, like, there's a lot of things in this game that I don't know if it's worth stealing and then showing them to people. There's so many items in the game. There's the newspaper. Isn't fresh news? Okay, read. There we go. Oh, this is a different paper. Okay. Honestly, like, I feel like having this white slavery article in the same corner is maybe all I really noticed, and just like, you know, looking at it at a glance, it seemed like it was probably the same thing. So this one is dated December 23rd, 1953. It says Rene Coady elected president. Complete election results, page 2. War and bread from our correspondent in Ethiopia. While the people starve, Eritrea's opposition arms itself against the ruling government. White slavery, Djibouti. French authorities are on the trail of a huge network of white slave traders. Movies by Andre Buzan. Gentlemen prefer blondes. Okay. I think the paper that we have is a little bit more recent. Yeah, it has to be more recent because it mentions Marie. So it has to be like today's paper, I think. I don't remember if it was dated today, but it seems like it must have been. Oops. Anita came back. No, I didn't, but that's fine. We'll pretend like we did. Show her the cross.
Don't you have something else to show me?
Why does this lady have chloroform and a gun? Great question. I'm sure it's normal
Where
reasons.
did you dig that up? I couldn't find it anywhere.
Okay, so the suntan lotion was hers. Interesting. I feel like my notes are extremely disorganized, and it's maybe becoming a problem. So I still haven't figured out, like, let's give her the suntan lotion, I guess. Or maybe I won't. I think I want to show it to everyone first, and then I'll give it to her. When I give a person something that they say is theirs, they're appreciative of that, but it doesn't really seem like it does anything. However, I just realized that maybe that is useful in, like, countering this hidden trust meter. That makes sense, right? Like, if I'm giving people back things they lost, that they would trust me more. So maybe they'll keep us alive for longer, and I don't know, maybe it would help with something else unexpected. Who knows? My notes are becoming a problem is going on your memorial. That sounds correct. Conner says, that does make sense, but is what the game wants us to do. Always the question, isn't it? Always the question. Here's that thing I pinched from you. Give me brownie points. I mean, I'm specifically referring to things we find elsewhere. Like, the suntan lotion. That was just left on the beach. There's a bracelet of Marie's that you can find, of Anita's that you can find in Marie's room. So that could be another thing that, maybe it is beneficial to give back. Who knows? I feel like there's one or two other things that I'm not thinking of, but no, giving Roy back his diamond earring that he presumably dropped while breaking into Juiced's house. That's maybe a little bit of a different scenario. Okay, so let's ask. Yeah, we'll ask her what she's doing.
I was waiting for you.
What? That can't be correct. No comment. Maybe they'd open up in conversation as well. Yeah, that is the thought that I've had, but I was going to say it doesn't seem like that has happened in the past, but I also maybe haven't, excuse me, played around with it enough to be sure of that. One thing I've noticed is that if someone is not talkative because we've bothered them in some way, like if I was following them and then they notice they're being followed, for example, or if we like go in their room while they're trying to sleep or something, it seems like bribing them is maybe a way to get them to talk in that situation. And I imagine that giving them back an item of theirs might have a similar effect, but that doesn't seem super useful to do because you can simply wait a while and talk to them somewhere else and get the same result. But maybe I haven't played around with that enough to be confident of it. Okay. So we didn't get Anita's key, unfortunately, but that's okay. Let's see if we can talk to Maggie, because that's another thing we want to do right now. Could be multiple paths to the same end. Yeah, certainly possible.
You wanted to see me.
I did.
Where did you dig that up?
Oh,
I couldn't find it anywhere.
Crosses Maggie's. Okay. Very interesting.
That belongs to Anita.
Okay. So that's confirming that Anita was truthful, at least.
What's the question? I'm at home.
Yeah, what are you doing here at home? Let's see. We want to ask her about the locked room. Your opinion on. Oh, yeah, we have like white slavery, so we need to make sure we ask everyone about that. I don't remember if I was thorough about that when I first noticed that this was an available topic. I kind of think I didn't.
You can't believe everything you hear.
Okay. That's an interesting response.
That room's empty. It was Lucy's room, but she left a while ago.
Okay, so that tells us about Lucy. So now there's a couple ways we can ask about Lucy. We can ask about her as a person, and then she's also in the opinions. I don't think it's useful to ask Maggie about those right now. Yeah, we can give them their items back.
She went exactly where she felt like.
But I don't want to do that yet because I want to show them to other people to see if we might learn something else. I'm kind of thinking we won't, but it's worth checking. Let's see. Nothing noteworthy. Nothing to signal. Oh yeah, another thing that I realized at some point is that we can knock on doors. I don't know if that's ever useful. But there's lots of commands in here we haven't really understood, I feel like. But sound is an interesting one. It's basically like you knock on something to see what it sounds like. So like if something was hollow or something, you would be able to tell that. I haven't really figured out any useful way to use that. Nothing noteworthy at the well. Nothing going on here. So currently the water is not rising or lowering. Okay. Garden. Nothing remarkable. This is one thing I finally figured out how to do, but I don't know if it is ever useful. We can turn the knob on this faucet. It doesn't seem like water comes out or anything, but the game like recognizes that I'm doing an action, which is intriguing. There's very little that I've figured out to do here. There's some money in this bush here. We can turn the knob on the faucet. Occasionally there's people here. But I haven't really found much of interest at this location. Did I observe? Nothing noteworthy. Pond, pier, South Beach, well. Let's go to, how do we get to North Beach? Let's see. Observe. No comment. Okay. There's a hook here. And it says a clue, but it says this about a few different things, and I honestly can't tell if it's just kind of the game messing with us a little bit. But maybe let's take that and show it to people as well. It can't hurt, right? I figure there's a good chance it's just like Juice dropped it there. Who knows if he even cares about it? Oh, he's here. Great. Let's see. No comment.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Show the cross.
That's Nuggies.
Okay, we knew that. Thank you for confirming.
I don't know. I really don't know. It's mine, but I don't care all that much about it, so if it can be of any use to you.
That's an interesting response. It makes me think maybe there is something we can use it for. I have thought occasionally if there's maybe any way we can fish out the strong box. That's kind of the only thing I've ever thought of. Now I suddenly had the thought maybe we could like pick a lock with it. I'm a little skeptical about that, but who knows? Let's ask what Juice is doing. Oh, right. We have some opinions to ask about also.
I'm going to the house.
Reasonable.
I couldn't say.
Okay. I think that's the only one we haven't asked him.
I couldn't say.
I'm just going to be thorough because we don't get to talk to Juice a ton.
I don't know where she went, but she's the one who tore up my house. She stole my amulet.
Right. And that's another thing that we can find that, you know, we can give back to the owner. And like, we're definitely not stealing it from anyone. So that's right here on the ground. That we've already been pretty thorough in showing to people. Oh, shoot, he's gone. Maybe we can go inside, though. Maybe we can go bother him at his home. Okay. Oh, he's not here. Okay. Where did he go? He said he was going to the house. Did he maybe mean Maggie's? Show Roy the fishing hook. I feel like showing people the fishing hook, like it's just a fishing hook, I imagine.
Yes.
But I still kind of want to try. I think we showed him the cross and suntan lotion already.
I don't have anything to say about that.
How long ago did who leave, Derek Ironbutt? No one here. Let's see. Juiced. Oh, God, it's 4 already? He's probably at the garden. Okay. Oh, Lucy, that's a good question. We're not really given that information, I don't think. It seems like it happened a while ago, but when I first came across a reference to how long ago it was, I kind of got the impression it was, maybe months ago. But then I feel like we came across some other like vague comment that made it seem like it was maybe just within the past couple weeks or something. So I'm not really sure. But it's definitely in the past, before Marie disappeared and before we arrived on the island. All right, we're going to give him... Let's show him the amulet first. I don't know if that makes a difference.
I really like it when gets attached to things.
Now that's... Most of the people, when I find something that they've been missing, like their response acknowledges that they've been missing it. But his does not there, which is kind of weird. I don't know if that's meaningful at all. But let's give it to him anyways.
Thanks, that makes me happy.
So, like, he's definitely appreciative, but it's hard to tell if that makes a difference in anything.
I couldn't say. I'm working. I couldn't say.
I'm just going over these options to see if he, says anything different now.
I don't know where she went, but she's the one who tore up my house. She stole my amulet.
Okay. Now it's 4 o'clock. Let's check my to-do list. Let's see, if we look at the statue at the pond, we can unlock that as a topic. Let's do that. I've been forgetting to observe. I don't think we need to use the binoculars on this to unlock the topic. It's a bunch that we can't unlock yet. The lady in black. I don't have a note. Did I have some other notes that aren't written down yet? Oh, the body on the South Beach is a topic. Obviously, that doesn't appear until Marie's body shows up. I'm I have a screenshot of it here, and I'm trying to figure out where where it is in the list. I feel like it's probably right around here. And we got the newspaper. Okay. Let's see. I'm looking over my notes that I typed up when I was doing homework here. Oh, right. I have a note to check if Roy's room is always putrid. Let's go do that right now if we can. So at some point in the game, we noticed that if you go in his room, you immediately get a message that it just smells terrible in there. And I was never entirely sure if it always said that message. Let's see. I can't remember which one is his. A fetid odor. Excuse me. Fetid, not putrid. So I think it always says that. So it's just a stinky room. We've searched pretty thoroughly here a bunch of times. So I don't know if that necessarily means anything. You know, we were speculating that, you know, maybe there's like a body has been stuffed away in here somewhere or something, but I don't think that's the case. Or at least if it is, it's very hard to find. The Great Navigators. I'm just noticing that there's a gap in these books here. And I'm really wondering if it's possible to find the book that's taken from Marie's bookcase. I'm going to go back in there. What's a cow's favorite piece of jewelry? What? What lovely linen. Okay, I thought this was more books, but I guess it's linens. Let's see. Chris's room, I think, is the one next to that. I want to poke around in there as well. Verdantry, hello. How extensive are your notes on this game so far? I mean, they're pretty extensive. And I'm wondering if I've written more notes for this game or Murder Club. But we have, I guess I never put anything on that page. We have 3 spreads of timetable. We have many scattered notes in my book here. Let's see, there's the first page. So many notes. Oh my gosh. I'm going to run out of room in this book. And then I also have this page, which is a map with all the items you can find in each location. And then drawings of the characters. And then a realistic map, which gives us like the relative positions of things. And let's see. There's a remaining portrait that didn't fit on the first sheet. That's all my notes so far. I would say this game wins. I don't know. Like for Murder Club, I had sheets for every character in the game. And by the time I was done with that, those sheets were completely full, crammed full of notes. I think I also had some notes that were in my notebook as well. So it was quite a bit I had written down. Tough call, I think. Can't ever unsee Bobby Hill. Okay. We were looking for. I was wondering if maybe a book appears here later. So mostly I'm just kind of looking closely and also seeing if there's anything hidden in the books. Let's see, this has a pill bottle stuffed in here, but I think I'm going to leave that alone. You know, it says a clue, but I feel like that's possibly misleading. It's hard to say, honestly. Although, I wonder if we took that and showed it to people, if we could maybe learn that it's not Chris's pill bottle. Let's do that. Okay. Let's also observe while we're here. Nothing to report. There's a book taken from that broken bookshelf. Maybe it ends up there. Yeah, that's exactly what I was wondering about. Chris and Anton are here now. The sailors are on watch, on duty, or on leave. Okay, let's talk to both of these guys. We probably don't want to show Chris the pill bottle we just stole from his room. We'll show him the other items. Hello, Robot's friend. Good to see you. How are the murders? I've been murdered once tonight. So far, well, I guess Juice was murdered when we loaded up the game already. But they're fine, I guess. It's hard to say, honestly. I feel like I'm making progress every week, and I'm continuing to be overall optimistic. But progress is certainly slow, so who's to say, really? Let's show this guy our cross that we found.
It's not mine.
Normal amount of murders, yes.
You think that's a clue? You think that's a clue?
So was that the same thing, or was that a different one? I think that was the same thing.
I don't have anything to say about that.
All right, we'll try it.
I'm going to confess something to you. I'm not great at sea.
Interesting. Okay. So it's like some kind of seasickness pills? And he's probably hiding them because, you know, he doesn't want to admit this. It's pretty clear that Chris is not really a sailor. There's lots of dialogue that makes this pretty clear that we've uncovered. Whenever there's a murder afoot, please never use the term "I'm going to confess" in a sentence. Well, at this point in the game, there hasn't been a murder, although a person has gone missing. So, yeah, maybe not the best way to start the sentence. Is he a slaver? I mean, it's possible. Like, it's hard to figure him out. I feel like he is maybe some sort of like secret agent or something. But could be a bad type of secret agent, for all we know. Like, it's hard to tell if he's a good guy or a bad guy. He's the one that we find a picture of a like woman in like a kind of military looking uniform. I initially assumed this was the lady in black, although I wonder if maybe that's an incorrect assumption. And then with that is a note that references a bunch of things that are hard to understand, but also has the first reference we found to the lady in black, which is part of the reason I made that connection. And then he's also got a like portable radio transmitter, which is kind of interesting. But yeah, it's really hard to say. Okay, let's see what he says about some stuff here.
I don't have anything to say about that.
Okay.
I couldn't say.
I think most of the topics we've already asked him about, so let's talk to Anton. Let's try to talk to Anton.
I'm listening. Don't you have something else to show me? I couldn't say. I don't have anything to say about that. It's not mine.
Okay. Topics.
According to the papers, the network runs through the Seychelles, and the Seychelles are right next door, so to speak.
So this reminds me of a thing that I noticed. I was looking at this text again, and it seems like that gap is about right. But I still don't know what any of these other words could be. It continues to seem like it must not be English, but also it could be. And also, let's see. Yeah, we had another SEY down here, but without the ES at the end. Which makes me wonder if, I don't know. There's lots of repeating things. And I guess it's hard not to assume that the repeating things are the same thing. Maybe not. This is the text that is on the monkey statue, by the way. For anyone that didn't know that. I really want to know. Like, I feel like if we could figure out this MUR word, it would help a lot, since that's repeated 4 times. We don't have an N in English. Yeah, but like, yeah, I mean, I guess it seems unlikely it's in English, just given the context of what it is. But like, you know, people might say senior in an English sentence, for example, is what I was thinking. Or, you know, it could be a location name that would have a tilde over the N, something like that. Muerta. Another thing is, like, I don't know if there's any pattern to the letters that are missing. Probably not. It just seems like, it seems weird that, you know, if this is just like meant to be text that is, like, you know, worn down over time or something, like, it seems weird that, like, you'd have these repeated words that are all worn down in the same way in very different spots on the stone. I don't know. Puzzling. But why is it reversed as well? Yeah, that's a great question too. Who knows? And I also don't know, like, I don't know how we can find out more about that. I feel like it's got to be important, especially since I noticed that it's on the front. It's very prominent, that statue on the box art. And it seems very interesting, and like it's got to be relevant somehow. Um, like if it weren't for the text on the statue, I could maybe just assume that that's, you know, just meant to be an intriguing statue or something. But like it takes a bit of work just to figure out, just to get that close up of the text. Like it took me a while to get to that. So it's got to be important. All right. Are we done talking to Anton? Probably. Thanks, Anton. Thanks for your insight. Appreciate it. Oh no, something is happening. I can't be getting a game over already, right? I did steal Chris's pills and showed them to him. Oh. I forgot to update our reset count. We're now our +2 on that. 30. We're at 30 now. Man, that's the worst one yet. I don't even know what time it was, but we didn't even get to Juiced's death. Want to know what happened? I don't know that I do. I'm worried it will be too revealing to know for sure what happened. No tell why, mystery more funny. Yeah, I think I'm going to say no, even though I'm very tempted. Thank you for offering. All right. Okay. So we got our money. Let's see. Let's go to South Beach. You know, it just occurred to me. Every time I've picked up that amulet, I've gotten a game over pretty soon after. Maybe it's bad to pick up people's stuff, even if we didn't like steal it from their own room or something. I don't know. I might avoid the amulet, but let's take the cross and the suntan lotion and give it back to their owners. We'll see what that does. Even if you give it to Juiced. I mean, that's what I did that time. And we got a game over pretty soon after doing that. I'm just kind of thinking out loud here. I don't know for sure. Oh, Sue and Anita are here. No comment. Let's see. So one of those was Anita's suntan lotion. Yeah. The subject of statue text, it was even more aggravating at the time because no one had digital cameras yet, and most DOS users had no idea how to screen capture. Heck, I didn't either. Was it possible to screen capture in DOS? I've never heard of a way to do that. But yeah, that does seem like it would be tricky. Although, I mean, you know, I dealt with it by just... I guess I feel like I'm pretty good at reading things that are reversed. Sorry, I bumped the mic there. But not all people are able to do that well. So if you're not able to do that, it definitely makes it a lot trickier. But yeah, I just kind of, you know, looked at it carefully and wrote down what I thought it said. And then later we did flip it using digital tools and adjusted the brightness, and it seemed like I had transcribed it correctly. You need a TSR program, but I guess you could do it in DOS. Interesting. Okay, let's show her the lotion.
Where did you dig that up? I couldn't find it anywhere.
And then we'll give it back.
Thanks, that makes me happy.
Great. Glad to hear it. Now I'm going to go in your room and take some things. Let's check this door first to unlock that topic. I'll try to be quick here. Let's see, I want to take this key. I want to open this. I want to search here. I want to read this paper. Stop. And one thing I was trying to do before is put things back how they were. So like close things I've opened. So let's try doing that. Okay. Maggie's room. Let's go talk to Maggie. Learn about Lucy. Oh, she's not here. Shoot. It's an acquired skill. Yes. It took me a minute. I was like, what? Like when the letters aren't backwards, it looks weirder. Okay. Where's Maggie right now? It's 11:10. She should be in her room soon. She leaves her room briefly, I guess. But then I think she goes back in. Sue is here. Nothing to signal. Couldn't you just use a hand mirror? Yeah, up to your screen. Yeah, that's true. Maggie in India. Okay. Let me write that down. It's 11:15. Bar. Wait, am I on the right page? Okay, I am. Good.
You need me for something, love?
Yeah, I need you to tell me about Lucy. Also, I want to give you back your cross.
Where did you dig that up? I couldn't find it anywhere.
I dug it up from the sand on the beach, on South Beach.
Thanks, that makes me happy.
You're welcome. What's your opinion on the locked room?
That room's empty. It was Lucy's room, but she left a while ago.
Okay. I think that's all we need from you right now. I can't remember if I asked Anita about white slavery. We'll double check.
Were you looking for me, sweetie?
Oh yeah, I also had a note to search each screen more thoroughly, like using the little look magnifying glass. Oh wait, no, both using that and with the search icon, honestly. Occasionally I've tried doing that more thoroughly on certain screens and like frequently end up finding stuff, but there's certain screens where I have not done it thoroughly, and I feel like that's probably worthwhile.
According to the papers, the network runs through the Seychelles, and the Seychelles are right next door, so to speak.
Okay. What's next? We should go look at the statue. Oh, we can't right now. Completely underwater. The lady in black, how do we unlock that? It must be from either the stuff in Chris's room or the stuff in Bob's room. Right? Let's figure that out. Seychelles are little islands in the western Indian Ocean, a ways east of the African coast. I looked that up the other day because I wasn't quite sure. So let's poke around in Chris's room. Oh, he's there right now. Damn it. It's annoying because I was trying to make this a save where we do everything perfectly, and I feel like going into someone's room while they're there might get us a little like negative points on the trust meter. I don't know for sure. It's just kind of my hunch, but that's okay. I think we already asked him about this.
I don't have anything to say about that.
Okay. So let's go poke in Bob's room then. So we have Roy and Anton here. Hopefully Bob is not in his room. Okay, good. Wait, is this... Is this the right room? I think it is. I can't remember where those notes are. I think they were in a slightly unexpected place. Maybe up here? Here's been the log, sextant, compass. That's all. Let me check my... Am I remembering wrong? Was it not in Bob's room? Or did I forget to write it down? Can you knock on people's doors to maybe get better trust points? That's a great question. I don't know. Very, very good question. I'm just reviewing my typed notes here. Okay. Most of it is stuff that we can't do until later. Nothing in particular. So I don't know where we found those letters. Letter in Bob's cabin. Okay, that's what I thought. Brisbane's log. Yeah, we're in the right room. Where? Gotta be somewhere. First aid kit, writing paper. That's all. Stop. Is it possible they don't appear until later? Oh, here we go. It's in this empty looking cubby. So that's why it took me forever to find it. Okay. Hello, Kyle and Error. Good to see you. How's Maupiti going? We've been lurking due to work meetings. Oh no, I'm sorry to hear about your work. Going pretty well, I think. Although we haven't accomplished a ton. So here we have a reference to the Lady in Black. And and a shipment that, like, it seems like based on the day of the week, like that could have been something he received like today, but it's hard to be sure. And it's also hard to be completely positive if this letter is a follow-up about being disappointed, and it's hard to tell if it's from the same person as well. Does the letter reading dance. Nice. I haven't been doing shout-outs, but we can catch up. Hope your stream's been good, Connor. Okay, so now let's go. Well, let's close this first. I wish we could get the letter reading music to last longer. Oh, wow, everybody's here. You see what time it is, Roy says to Chris. Come on, give me a hand. Huh? You see what time it is, Roy says to Chris. Come on, give me a hand. Huh. I'm just trying to think about what the hell this means. It's 12:20. Like, I don't know if this is just meant to be some chatter that is meaningless. Like, you know, this could be like, hey, it's getting late, you know, we got work stuff to do, because they both work on the fishing boat. Like, that's kind of my best guess. But I've also a little, like, these two, well, I mean, they work together, so of course they're hanging around each other a lot. But like, there's that one point where they're both on South Beach, and it kind of seems like they're not working, right? And then they get shot at. Like, it seems a little bit like they might be in on something together, but it's hard to be sure. And now that I'm thinking about this, like, I wonder if, given what we know about Chris and like thinking he's maybe a secret agent or something, like maybe he is, you know, investigating this whole white slavery thing or something, and he's trying to, you know, get Roy to let him in on secrets and stuff like that. I feel like that seems like a believable guess. Because Roy is like our biggest suspect, mostly based on the earring situation. We find one of his earrings, or at least what appears to be one of his earrings, in Juice's house after it's been broken into. Okay. Oh, things have changed. Let's observe again. The sailor's on watch, on duty, or on leave. Okay. So let's talk to somebody and then see if we successfully unlock to the lady in black topic.
Always under my feet.
Chris, cut me some slack. I'm doing my best here. Okay, that did do it. So, letter in Bob's cabin. Let's see. And last time we did a pretty good job of showing those letters to everyone. I don't think we really learned a ton by doing that.
I'm working.
Do I have anything good to show anyone? Just a key.
I'm listening.
Let's save. What now? One thing we should do is narrow down when that money appears in the tree. When does money appear in tree on South Beach? Not there. Let's go check now. I assume it takes a while for that to show up. Okay. I guess we have to search to find it. Oh, Fort? Interesting. I swear it's a different amount later in the game when I first found it. Like maybe more appears at some point. I'm very surprised it's there so early. Especially last playthrough I checked it pretty early and there was nothing there. Okay, so 1 p.m. on the 31st. $40. I'm going to leave it there. Because it's not like we can't show that to anyone. So I don't think it's useful to take it. It seems way more important to just observe what happens to it. At least I don't think we can show it to anyone. I'm pretty sure any money we take just kind of goes into our like in-game wallet and it doesn't appear as an inventory item in any way. It's just we can bribe people with it and I think that's it. Don't touch the loot. Exactly. I'm glad you agree with me, game. Let's smell it. Doesn't smell like anything. Let's touch it. Okay. That's all. Interesting. Okay. So now I'm wondering if maybe the money is what that conversation between Roy and Chris is about. It would be good to narrow down exactly when that appears. Let's see. Were they still at the pier when we left? They're not now. Just Anton. Sniff, sniff. Okay. That's interesting. I wonder if it's possible, like, if I were this guy, we can't hide here. So that is possibly something worth trying. Although often, every time I've tried to observe a crime happening, I get knocked out or killed. So it's possible that hiding here would not be good. But it's still worth trying once we narrow down the time that money appears. And also, like, we know there's money there later in the game, but like I said, I think it's a different amount. So I don't know if like more money gets put in, or maybe like there's periodically money being put in and then taken out. It's kind of hard to know. Let's go to the pier. Hopefully Anton's still there. Okay, let's talk to Anton. I don't think I've finished saying this. If I were this guy, I would want to ask people, hey, do you know anything about this money I found in a tree? But I don't think that's a conversation topic, but maybe we just never tried. Okay, it is not a topic here.
I know that a lady in black contacted Bob. That's all I can tell you.
I think we got that dialogue before, but it's interesting that he knows about that. Surprises me a little bit. I kind of wonder, like, maybe Bob is like being blackmailed here or something. Like one of the notes said, like, you know, I could no longer guarantee Marie's safety. Like, accept my offer or I will no longer be responsible for Marie's life. And we know Bob has some sort of interest in Marie. Like, we're not given a ton of information about it, but so yeah, given the text of these two notes, like, and what we know about Bob, I feel like he's maybe being blackmailed in some way, with the promise of protecting Marie. I really should. Every time, like, I play this game, I'm like, man, I should have taken more notes. Okay, I did take a couple notes about what people said about the Lady in Black. Juice said, called her the Devil's Mistress, and then Anita acts like the lady is from a dime store novel. Right. But I wish I had taken notes on what people said about more topics. Oh well. There's so much stuff that I could potentially write down. It's hard to know for sure what I should write down. But I guess I feel like more and more, maybe I just need to do a spreadsheet of all the conversation topics. Like, I shouldn't I? Let's come to this. Not yet. I'm not going to do it yet. I don't want to do it right now. But I feel like I'm going to get there soon. Okay, that's enough, Anton. I don't want to do an actual database. Like, if I do it, I'm going to write it on paper, just like in the olden times. I don't think we need to talk to Bruce right now. Thank you, Hinton. I appreciate that. It's 2:30. There's not a lot going on. Let's see. 6 p.m. is when Marie's bookcase gets broken into. Do we have any gaps to fill in here? We have a big gap for Anton, actually. Oh, damn it. He just left. Come back, Anton. Shit. Let's see if we can find Anton and then follow him. Bob's is mostly filled in. Where did Anton go? Anita's here. Oh, I keep forgetting to observe. Let's search the tree. $40. Okay. Garden. Alone. Pond. Juiced is at the pond. That's kind of interesting. I don't know that we've ever seen him here. Let's ask him what he's doing. 220? Is that what that said? No, 320.
Yes, sir.
I think it was 320. What's up, Juiced? What's going on? What do you think about the lady in black?
The lady in black,
right.
She's the devil's mistress.
I just said that. What are you doing?
Nothing special.
I suspect he's not being entirely truthful here. Like, multiple people, I think, have described Juiced as being the last of the Maupitis. And we know that the statue was put here by the Maupitis. Oh, if I look at the statue, I could ask him about it. I can't remember what he says about the statue. No, of course he left. That's fine. We've asked him about this statue many times, so let's see. Juice schedule is pretty filled out. We really want to find Anton. Maggie would also be useful. Sue would also be useful. Maybe Bruce. Try North Beach. No one. We were just at the well. Is Anton maybe just in his cabin? No. I think this is Anton's. Where did he go? There he is. Okay. We found Anton. Sailors are on watch, on duty, or on leave. Let's follow Anton. If I remember how to do that. Okay. Hopefully we'll learn something here. So it's 5 now. And we're going to follow in the Brisbane's corridor. Okay. At 5:30. Keep going. Oh, that didn't take long.
After me for?
I just want to know what you're up to, buddy. He's not going to talk to us. I'll bribe him.
I don't feel like talking.
Let's do a little bribe. $10.
You can keep your money.
Not enough. What if I do 17?
You can keep your money.
Maybe he cannot be bribed.
You can keep your money.
All right, I'll stop trying to bribe you. Interesting. Oh, now where is he? Dang it. I'm so annoyed that we didn't get far at all with that. Anton. Okay, he's in here now. Let's try following him again. Okay, that did not work at all. Never mind. Hitting what? So last time I noticed that we can mess with a couple things in here. That it's probably a bad idea. Let's see. Push? Yeah, there we go. I think those are the two that we can like physically see turning. And then there's at least one other thing that we can move. It's moving, it says. I thought there was another thing we could turn here, but maybe I'm wrong. But yeah, I don't know if this, like, it seems like it's got to do something, right? Okay, so we can't follow Anton. But we also know that he's down here at 6:30. Oh, I should observe. Hands covered with grease and his body dripping with sweat. Anton checks the motor. Okay. Presumably this is all for normal reasons. Oh, this is around the time that Marie's bookshelf gets broken into. So after 7, I think we can go in there and observe that it has been broken into safely without dying. And then it's around the same time that Juiced burns a wig in the stove. I'm so confused by that. I don't know what to do to learn more about that. I also have a note that Anita has a fight with Bob at 7. In Bob's column, at Anita's had a big fight, things broken, is what Chris said. Right. Okay. I was thinking that happened later. Okay. I think we have gone and observed that. And yeah, Bob is wanting Anita to give him information about Marie, and she insists that she doesn't know anything. Obviously, he doesn't believe her. But I am inclined to... Well, I shouldn't say that. I don't suspect Anita a lot, but like it is kind of interesting that we find her bracelet in Marie's room. That seems potentially notable. I don't know. Let's wait. Anton's still here. Still working on the motor. Okay. Let's go to Maggie's. And I'm going to save just in case I'm doing this too soon. Slot 2. Hopefully we can go in here safely now. Yes. And this is missing. So now we can do some things that I was wanting to try. Let's see. Do I have a note about this? Okay. I don't know who tells us that Maggie... Let's try Chris. I need to... No, I know it's not Chris. I need to find who tells us that Maggie will tell us what was taken from the bookshelf. Maybe Anita? Seems possible. I think
Were you looking
it's
for me, sweetie?
one of the women probably, or at least it's got to be someone that knows Maggie, I think.
I like you. This bookshelf intrigues me.
Right. Okay.
Nobody liked her. Anybody will tell you so.
Sure thing, Anita. Okay, we got Maggie, Roy, and Juiced. Maggie is concocting you a tasty little dish. Interesting. What time is it?
You need me for something, love.
I want to exit this to check the time real quick, because time is passing while we're in there. Okay. It's 7:45. I think that's correct. Okay.
Always under my feet.
Okay. Yeah. Leave me alone. Okay. Let's ask her about the bookshelf, even though...
There were only books everywhere.
Yeah.
I know that a lady in black contacted Bob. That's all I can tell you.
So she knew that too.
I'm listening.
Wait, what? Okay.
It's the god of Maupiti. I forget his name.
Wallace, so? Was? Something like that. Let's see. Let's try Juiced.
Yes, sir. I don't know. I really don't know.
Bummer. I don't think it was Roy, but we'll check since he's here.
Yes. I don't know. I really don't know.
Okay. Why is Maggie concocting me a tasty little dish? Bob's here. Nothing remarkable.
What do you want?
Are you the one that tells me what I want to know about the bookshelf?
Maggie will tell you what was stolen.
Okay, we're going to remember that. Remember slot 1. Okay. And then... Oh, wait. I did the wrong thing. Memorize slot 1. And then if I go and remember, I can remind myself.
Maggie will tell you what was stolen.
So now we can go repeat that to Maggie and see what she says. I don't know if this is useful, but I'm excited to find out. I'm excited to find out it's not actually useful. Done. What did I accidentally do just now? Oh, I dropped something. Shit.
You need me for something, love.
Okay. So I think first we'll ask her opinion on the bookshelf again. Don't know if
There
this is
were
necessarily
only books everywhere.
useful. But then we'll say, haha, but someone told me you would say.
I'm like you, this bookshelf intrigues me.
What? That is not how I expected that to go. That is very puzzling.
I'm like you, this bookshelf intrigues me.
So we've altered what she says about the bookshelf, but not in any way that's remotely useful. What if I bribe her? Why doesn't it show our money on this screen? I think we have $35. So I think it's like starting us off with roughly half our money. I don't know if that's necessarily like indicative of anything. Like, I don't know what is a good bribe amount. Maybe it varies from person to person. But let's try $10.
That's more expensive.
That's more expensive? What's more expensive? What? Is she saying she wants more money? I feel like that's a not good translation.
Listening.
Ladies love $35. You think I should give her all my money? We'll try 20.
I'm listening.
Okay. Let's ask her about the bookshelf again.
I'm like you,
Damn it.
this bookshelf intrigues me.
Girls like it when you give them all your money. You think I should give her more?
I'm listening.
Oh, that's the wrong thing. I'll give her all my money.
That's more expensive.
Oh, I think she wants $20 or more. Hello, Edenwaith. Good to see you. Just goofing. I have no idea. Hope you've been doing well, Edenwaith. Let's see if her response to anything else has changed. Oh, she talked to someone who still has some money that she doesn't have. I suppose you're right.
I know that a lady in black contacted Bob. That's all I can tell you.
So that's the same.
A funny kid, I don't know much about her.
Pretty sure that's the same.
You can't believe everything you hear.
Also the same. What is the usefulness of bribing, I wonder? I'll figure it out eventually.
It's the god of Maupiti. I forget his name.
Inoue says, I saw your name mentioned today. You might have kicked off the investigation in the mysterious name in the old Mac newspaper icon. Looking forward to your Mac style icons as well. Yes, I did. I was looking at some icons for inspiration for my website, robotspacer.tv. And I needed a news icon. And when I think of a news icon, the first thing I think of is, well, I can link to it actually. An old Mac icon that's like a read-only simple text document, which, like, you know, if you have like a game that comes with a README file, frequently it would be in this format. So it's like a nice little newspaper icon, and trying to find the link here. So I posted on Mastodon about this icon, because the text at the very top of this icon is interesting. Like the row below that, you can see very clearly it says extra with an exclamation point. Like there's some pixels missing, but that's clearly what it's meant to say. And then below that, you have some lines that are meant to be like, you know, Greeked out, like representing text. But, you know, it's clearly not supposed to be anything particular. It's just, you know, like some random pixels. And then below that, it's just some, you know, straight lines. But this text at the top, it stood out to me as like, it's not just fake text, because you have two shapes that are repeated. Like you have each thing as like an individual shape with like a gap in between it. And like if you're just trying to have something that looks like text, you wouldn't draw it that way. You know, you draw it like the smaller text down below the in the bottom half of the icon. So I was like, this has to have, you know, meant to be something. And it kind of looks like it says Panop maybe. So like I posted about this, you know, wondering if anybody knows what it's supposed to be. I didn't really expect to get an answer, but James Thompson, another Mac developer who's made an app called pCalc for a very, very long time, and has also worked at Apple at various times, speculated that maybe it said Dowdy upside down, Dowdy, referring to perhaps Tom Dowdy, an Apple engineer that passed away in 2008. So I Googled Tom Dowdy's name, and sure enough, the first article that came up was another guy from Apple talking about him. And it has at the top of the article that very same icon, although it's a little bit different version. It's a color version, so it's got some gray in it. And at the bottom of the article, it's got the icon flipped upside down with the Dowdy text highlighted in red. And indeed, Tom Dowdy was responsible for that app while he worked at Apple. So he snuck that in there as an Easter egg. So it was great to learn about. And lots of other Apple folks were excited to learn this secret. And also a couple folks commented they knew Tom, and that was a neat little thread to be involved in, and I'm glad I asked about that, even though I didn't think I would get an answer. Anyway, it says, I'll need to dig up an old website I made years ago and see if I use that same type of icon for the news section. I think pCalc has been ported to almost as many systems as Doom. Yeah, certainly a lot. Okay. Let's see. So we had bribed Maggie, and we're trying to figure out if she says anything new now. It doesn't seem like she does.
I'm eating.
Oh yeah. And I was gonna say this did get mentioned on Daring Fireball, so lots of other folks found it through that. Daring Fireball, if you're not familiar with, is a pretty well-known Mac blog for Mac-related and now other Apple-related news. What if I contradict her again now that I've bribed her?
I don't see what you are getting at.
Interesting. Okay. It's interesting that she has a different response. Is that actually dependent on what she has just said?
I'm eating.
That's not what I meant to click on. Your opinion on bookshelf.
I'm like you, this bookshelf
So she says
intrigues
that
me.
again. And now let's do the contradict again.
I don't
Okay.
see what you are getting at.
So that tells us a little bit, but not a lot. So that didn't go how I hoped it would, but oops, I've accidentally opened Discord. Go away. But it was kind of useful in that we got a response, at least, even if it wasn't useful. So that tells me that maybe I should be like, I was kind of waiting for like this perfect scenario to like contradict somebody. Like, you know, they say something about a certain thing and then I present them saying something that doesn't match up with that. Like, that's like the perfect scenario for a contradiction, right? But maybe I should be, you know, looking for less obvious contradictions. Like, you know, here's something related to what you're saying. You know, do you want to maybe tell me more about that? That kind of a situation. Let's see. I wrote another note about something. Oh, right. My thought was just to see what would happen if we take the line, Roy wears a diamond like that in his right ear, and then present that information to Roy. You know, maybe we can get him to admit to something or just get a interesting response out of him. I'm not super confident about that, but it might be interesting to try. I wonder what would happen if we remembered the line about Maggie double locking the room. Let's remember that right now in slot 2. So we ask Anita about the locked room. We can remember that.
Were you looking for
Slam your hands on your desk more. Let's see. What's your opinion on the locked room?
Whenever room is empty, Maggie double locks it.
Okay. So, memorize slot 2. I think Sue is here. Yes. We haven't talked to Sue a lot. So I want to do that real quick. Hopefully Maggie doesn't leave.
Are you coming, dear?
So I don't think we've asked her about white slavery.
I'm scared.
And I think we've asked her about the Lady in Black previously.
I don't know who that is.
And unfortunately, we have not unlocked Whitesnake as a topic yet. I don't know how to do that.
Maggie will tell you what was stolen.
Okay. So now we'll ask Maggie about the locked room.
You need me for something, love.
Band didn't form until 1978, but still, yeah, we might have to wait a few times before we can learn about Whitesnake. That's a good point.
That room's empty. It was Lucy's room, but she left a while ago.
So, like, this isn't a contradiction in any way, but I want to see what happens.
I don't see what you are getting at.
Okay. So that's just like a generic, like, what you have just contradicted me with is not useful. It's what it seems like. Why did she change? I'm so puzzled by her answer to the bookshelf changing. That's so strange. All right. It's 8:30. Oh, I had another one to try regarding the bookshelf. Bruce about the bookshelf says, the one who broke in will let you in on it. And I had the thought that maybe if I told Chris about that, I suspect Chris is the one that broke in. So that's worth trying as well. Let's see if we can find Bruce. Oh, it's dinner time. Thank you for pointing that out. Hopefully it's not too late. Yeah, I do want to check that bookshelf. Thank you for the reminder. I wish we could get the dinner music for longer. All the music should last longer, honestly. That's not what I meant. Let's see. There was one shelf in particular that had a gap, but I don't remember which room that is. I don't think it was. Oh, okay, yeah, it was. It was Roy's. And there's still a gap there. I'm pretty sure I have a box of candy. What? Huh. Caramel sweets and gumballs. Fascinating. I was like, is it literally that? Or are you just giving me another, like, one of your goofy responses? Can we take the box of candy? Be careful? Huh. What a weird thing to say. I'm going to make a note about this. I don't know if this is anything, but it's interesting. In particular, I wonder if we should check this later after more things have happened. The developer of this game, who also went on to make Nintendo DS games Trace Memory and Hotel Dusk, or is that some other game I'm thinking of? Yes, that was Murder Club, as Hinton said. Not this game. That was Rika Suzuki. I think that's her name. Double checking my notes here. Where's my Murder Club notes? Yeah, Rika Suzuki. Who co-founded Sing, that made both those games. Speaking of which, I picked up the another code, also known as Trace Memory, that just came out for Switch. I'm excited to play that. It's a remake of the first game and the sequel, and the sequel never came out in the US, so I've never played that one. Way ahead of you, already eating the candy. Nice. Use the eat command on the candy. Unfortunately, we can't use eat commands on items. And anytime we use it outside of the dining hall, we're just told that meals are served in the dining hall. That is a very funny thing to try, though. What happens if there's something inside? Oh, can I open it? Pandora's box? What have we found? I don't know why I didn't think to open it. Caramel sweets and gumballs. Come on, let me do something. Be careful. What? A dust cover. What? You have nothing in hand. Oops. Did your light go out? Is this game calling me a dummy? Because it's probably correct. Nothing illuminating. This is fascinating. So if I like tap on it, there's something inside. I mean, I guess candy. Maybe it's just candy. Let's smell the candy. It's just like the whole Pandora's box thing. Is the game just being goofy? I can't search it. Well, I mean, it gives me text. So I guess there's not actually anything in it. All right, I give up. It's just a box of candy, I guess. Just candy, he says. All right, what was that other? Chris's room, I think we wanted to check out just to make sure there's. Oh, he's in there. Poisonous candy. Dang it, Chris, get out of your room.
You wanted to see me?
Yeah, sure. That's exactly why I'm here.
I don't know who that is.
Okay, bullshit. That's definitely bullshit. Is it useful to remember that? I can't remember what he says if we show him the photo that might be the lady in black or the note from his room about the lady in black. I can't remember how he responds to those things. But he's got to be lying.
I like you. This bookshelf intrigues me.
That's the same thing that Maggie started saying. All right, we got to find Bruce. Let's see. Do I have any notes about where Bruce is? It is... Oh, geez, it's 10:30? It's so late. He was on the pier a minute ago. I don't know where he is now. He'll be outside Maggie's at midnight. It's later than I'd like. I might... it might be too late to do this. I was going to try to hide out in... I think it was Sue's room. Yeah. Because someone visits her. I always do this too late. Because if we get in there and she's already asleep, it's too late. Oh, we did it. Okay, I just got to hide quickly. Okay. I'm excited. I hope this gets us something. Let's do a save in slot 3. Okay, so we're in here because Maggie tells us that someone comes in here to visit Sue at 2. And we don't know who that is. We can't follow people at night. In at least one case, we thought someone was asleep, but they definitely... Roy wakes up at 1:30 and leaves his cabin. So I think it would be very interesting to know who comes in here at 2. This is right around the time when we think Juiced gets murdered. That happens on the pier. We do have a while to wait. We had to get in here before midnight because Sue comes in and goes to sleep. And if she's already in here when we try to sneak in, then we go straight to the talking scene. Okay, so Sue's here now. Let's observe. Nothing to report. Dronan says, interesting fact, the voice actor of Cedric the Owl is the same person who brought the story of Eric and the Dread Gazebo to the internet. Interesting. I don't know that I know that story. But that is, shoot, I can't remember his name. I'm just, well, it's got a Wikipedia page and everything. Okay, I'm going to look at that later. Richard Aronson, thank you. Also, hello, Snowy P. It's good to see you. I think we'll wait because we're waiting until 2. So it's going to be a while. Do at least one more. Nothing remarkable. Oh, he was programmer in Conquest of the Longbow. Nice. Yeah, I couldn't remember. Like, lots of folks that did voices on King's Quest V were... I don't think any of them were voice actors. Like, it was just, like, other employees that worked at Sierra at the time that normally did other jobs. Nothing to report. Okay, now it's getting to the point where I'm not sure I want to skip ahead an entire half hour. Lead programmer. Nice. But the bummer is, like, that means we're going to potentially wait in real time for quite a while. I guess I have a save, so we'll do one more wait. Like, I think Nothing is going to happen until 2. Okay, I think we're good. But we'll still have to wait a little while here of real time, just to be sure we don't miss anything. Richard says that his voice was never the same after voicing Cedric. Oh, geez. So let's review some notes, I suppose, while we're waiting. The medallion appears at 1 a.m. Before something happens on the pier. So does that mean... What does that mean? Anita sees Juiced around 1 near his house, and like he's in a hurry. Also, his house is locked around that time. So like he's in there doing something. And then right around 1:30 is when Roy leaves his room. Does the medallion appear before that? $1:30, so exactly at the same time. So I wonder... Yeah, I wonder what happens here exactly. It's really hard to be sure. The key to Juice's house also appears on the pier at 2. So I'm just trying to think, like, if the medallion appears before Juice is murdered, well, before 2, then either he drops it at North Beach before being murdered, or maybe he's murdered at North Beach and then his body washes up at the pier. But that doesn't seem likely because that doesn't explain his key being on the pier. You know, it's possible that, you know, maybe Roy steals the key and then accidentally drops it, but that seems unlikely. No, that doesn't make sense because we're pretty sure that Roy breaks into Juice's house. Although, What if he steals the key and then accidentally loses it and then is forced to break in later? Also, is it possible... I'm just trying to think of if this connects back to that wig. Is Juice maybe burning the wig to hide it from Roy for some reason? I don't think I can even speculate why that would be. Like, at this point, I feel like my best guess about the wig is that like my first thought about the wig is that maybe Juiced or someone else was like using it to disguise themselves while they did something. But it seems like the way the women react to the wig, and just given other things we know about this game, I feel like the wig probably belongs to a woman. I feel like that might be a safe assumption, which makes me think that maybe, like, I don't know, maybe like Marie was trying to use it as a disguise to get away, or I don't know. Is that how his name is spelled? Am I wrong on the internet? No, you spelled it correctly. Juste. Just. Okay, I've rambled on for 15 minutes of game time. Let's try observing again. There's still no one else here. Nothing to signal. We don't know exactly what time someone comes in here. It should be between now and 3 is all I know for sure. My 100% correct online record is intact. Good. All right, I was trying to... oh yeah, I was looking for my note about when the medallion appears. So that's... The order of events there is interesting. The internet will remember this. And then the next interesting thing that happens after the stuff at the pier is going to be the strong box at 5 a.m. And I don't know what to make of that. Anton is like particularly intrigued by the strongbox. At around 7 a.m. it disappears. Roy is the only one we've seen like in the vicinity of the pond around that time. At one point I tried following him and lost sight of him at the pond at that time. I should probably go walkies. Sit all day in the same room, stare at laptop is bad. No. Is it? I hope not, because that's kind of all I do. Still nothing to signal. But walkies are good. Can confirm. Also, breaks are good, I suppose. After we're done, after we've finished our stakeout here, I should take a break. Have you had even one break tonight? No. I've been too busy gaming. There's a lot going on here. What's a game you wish you could re-experience playing for the first time? It's a good question. You know, this topic came up somewhere. Like, I think I just saw a couple of people discussing that topic. And I thought about it, and at the time, I think I had an answer. But I don't remember what it was. The first thing that popped in my head was Obra Dinn. But I don't know, like, I feel like this is true of a lot of games. Like, I know that playing it again would not give me the same experience, but also, since I've only played it once, I think it would be just as interesting to play through it with more knowledge than I had the first time. 'Cause I would probably notice a bunch of things and be like, oh, that's really cool. I didn't notice that before. So that would be a worthwhile experience. So I feel like it would have to be something that I played a lot for me to want to... Ooh, Anton. Anton is here. Muffled laughs, squeals, sighs, cries. Okay. Huh. right. He said he was on watch. Mizroy, hello. Hello, hello. I hope you had a great stream. Yeah, I am hiding. I am hiding and observing what is happening here. Hello, hello. I don't know how to pronounce that. The mule littoral? That's my best guess. I hope it was enjoyable. Also, welcome, y'all. We are playing Maupiti Island, DOS game that was originally for Amiga in 1990. And I'm currently hiding under the bed in a woman's room, and someone has come in, and they seem to be having a good time. Muffled laughs, squeals, sighs, and cries are happening. Not a lot of information given, but it sounds like this is a positive interaction. Like a real pervert. Yep. That's what we're doing. I did not expect Anton to be the person that came in here. I guess mostly I thought it would be someone that was not necessarily wanted in here. And I don't suspect Anton. Like, he seems like he's probably a good guy, or at least neutral. Quick use the remember command. We can't do that outside of conversation. Kind of all we can do. Like, I could do literally anything. Like, I could start talking to them right now, but that probably wouldn't get me anywhere useful. So I think the most useful thing I can do, I'm trying to make these menus go away, is simply wait and periodically observe and see if anything else happens. I can't imagine we would accomplish anything else useful. Mizra says it was interesting. Very short point-and-click surreal fantasy game about living with anxiety. It's fine. Also blew past the final boss of Vision Soft Reset in like the first 10 minutes of stream. Nice. So we're just going to wait until Anton leaves, and anytime the clock moves, I'll click observe to see if we get anything new. Okay. So that means that Anton also lied to us to some degree. He told us he was on watch from like 2 to 3 at least. We did spot him outside Maggie's at 4. So I wonder if he's actually here for that long. And Sue also said she was sleeping. So this is like a secret meeting, but why is this secret? I can't think of any good reason for them to be secretive about this. He was on watch. He made sure Sue was perfectly safe. That's true, I suppose. He never did clarify what he was watching exactly. I wonder how far I would get if I did a 24-hour Maupiti Island stream. I will not do this. I'm just wondering. I do feel like it might be productive to do a longer stream if I could. I don't know. Maybe not. Or maybe I should just stream every night for a week. Like maybe having streams closer together would help. Oh, time has passed again. It's just every week I'm like, man, I wanted to make more progress. I feel like we've made a very small but non-zero amount of progress tonight. And I always just want a big discovery to happen. Still here at 3. Still the same response. Does feel like a lot to keep straight in your head. Yeah. Certainly having a week off does not help at all. But even just a week can be a little hard to remember everything that happened. And then, like, the way they prevent you from loading unless you've died, or otherwise gotten a game over, makes it really hard to like do everything you want to. Like there's lots of things like I want to do at different times, and like often like I have to wait a while before I can go back and try those things, and I'm like, oh shit, what were all the things I wanted to do? Certainly if I kept more organized notes it would help, but it's hard. Res Mason, hello, good to see you. If only you had a database. If only. It's 3:05 now. They're still just hanging out, laughing and squealing. I need Anton to leave so I can take a break. I thought that if I had a menu open, the game was paused, but we've proven that wrong. Maybe maybe I have to have like the save menu up. Maybe that is effective. Oh, what was... Right, I needed to talk to Bruce. Like, I was trying to do that, and then I was like, oh shoot, we gotta go hurry and hide out in Sue's room. At this point, I admire Anton and Sue's respective staminas. Yeah. 3:10. Who came up with the jinx rules anyways? C7 says, all right, I think this is a good night for me. Hope you get your breakthrough. Thank you. I hope so too. Sleep well, and thanks for hanging out. Oh, did I miss something from Silver, or did you reply to the wrong person, Derek Ironbutt? Oh, I did miss some conversation a bit ago when we were talking about games you wish you could forget and replay. Silver said Outer Wilds, which I still have not played. Maybe Oberdin. Derek Ironbutt said Star Control 2. Culinary said Outer Wilds also. Zero Escape, Fez, and Tunic. Tunic is another one, like, I would love to have that first time experience again, but also, like, I've only played it once, so, like, if I played again, I feel like I would be happy to know things and, you know, see if I spot things I missed the first time around. Fez I enjoyed a lot, but then I got really stuck and kind of gave up on it. I would love to go back to it at some point, but I feel like at this point it's been so long I would have to restart it. And like just that, I feel like anytime I'm in that scenario where like I want to finish a game I started, but I know I need to start over to like remind myself of everything that happened in the game, it's kind of like a mental obstacle because it feels like it's a little bit of a chore, and there's already so many games. Myst 3 I never played. I don't think I've ever played any Myst games after Riven. I played Myst and Riven a whole heck of a lot, and then that was it. The later stuff in Fez is tough, yeah. 325, they're still hanging out here. Still the same response. Braid is definitely one I like to redo. Dronan said The Last Express. Another one I haven't played either of those. Silver says Myst 3 Exile is rad. It's not the full Saiyan studio teams, but has Brad Dourif and actually adds quite a bit to the lore. Brad Dourif is a huge, huge plus. Big fan. Res Mason says Myst 3 is like the iMac of Myst. It was self-contained and you could buy it for your grandpa without fooling yourself. Interesting. 330. Very, very accessible. At some point, I talked about this like almost a year ago now. Been making this game in World Builder, and I've said more than once that like at some point in the future I'll do a little series of HyperCard games and then we'll make a game in HyperCard. I still want to do all that. I have a copy. I don't know what happened to my copy of Myst. Maybe I never owned like sometimes I borrowed games from I had a friend whose dad was a Mac programmer. So they had lots of Macs and Mac games. Like maybe I just borrowed Myst. I'm so sure I owned it, but I also can't find my copy anywhere. So like that's very puzzling. Like even if the box got damaged and it had to be thrown away, like I'd still have the CD somewhere, right? But anyways, I bought a new copy of it with plans to eventually stream it. I thought I would have done that by now, but we'll get there someday. And I might play additional Myst games, but we'll just have to wait and see at this point. I don't want to make any promises about future streams at this point. Time to take a shower. Good to take a shower. It's good to keep after your bodily needs, which I would love to do. Please leave Anton. Oops. Now we're real perverts. Two bodies intertwine in the tropical heat. They're definitely fucking now. Or maybe this is afterwards. Hard to say. But we've definitely seen some things that we shouldn't have. It's now 3:40. Bodies are still intertwined. Original HyperCard Myst is so wild. They did so many tricks to make it work, including modifying HyperCard's source code. Did they actually modify the source code? I know they did a lot with like add-ons, which is something that HyperCard supported. And they just did kind of like Uli Witness, who is a streamer and also a longtime Mac programmer and has a lot of knowledge of HyperCard, has like looked at the HyperCard stack and like if you open it up without the plugins and stuff, the XCMDs, it's basically just like all the cards are white. Like there's no picture because, you know, HyperCard didn't even do color. So that was all done with a plugin. I have a hard time trying to write the hints section of my guide for this. It's challenging. Keep changing my mind on how I want to present information. Can't leave now. Get arrested for sure. Yeah, we just got to hide under the bed and wait till everybody leaves. If I remember right, they had to basically make their own version, but that had many add-ons. I'll have to look it up. So when did he first get here? It was like 2:30-ish? Or was it earlier? I think it was around 2:30. And it's now 3:45. 1:69 in the morning. How did it do? Observe. Same thing. So now we understand why Anton was so vague about saying he was on watch. Also, okay, so this is kind of interesting because, well, So I was about to say, Anton doing this is possibly the reason that Roy or whoever committed the murder was able to dump it off the pier and not be spotted. If Anton was supposed to be on watch, he would have been the one to see what was happening. But if he didn't get here until like after 2, like I think that's after the stuff on the pier happens. Like I think the stuff on the pier happens right at 2:00. I'm pretty sure if we try to hang out at the pier, we get knocked out right at 2. But, it's possible Anton has already, left that area by that time and is like on his way here or whatever. My father's name is Anton, so this is really uncomfortable. I apologize. Oh, he's gone now. Nothing noteworthy is happening. Looks like they had to do some sort of tricks to force HyperCard to link between entirely different stacks and load as fast as it would just another part of the same HyperCard. Ah, interesting. May have not been source code changes, but more like back-end workarounds. Interesting. Like linking between stacks is definitely supported, and it's not super slow, but I can imagine in a complex game like Myst that it would be a little slower than you would like, perhaps, without any trickery. Interesting. Okay, so I think we can probably sneak out of here now. Actually, I kind of wonder, like, at any time I could just choose to go outside. I wonder what would happen if I had done that while there were, clearly awake people present. Like, I wouldn't expect to, like, get any reaction, but, maybe it would, like, affect that hidden trust meter or something. I don't know. I mean, for all I know, this is going to affect it as well. But no comment. Like, my hunch is that Sue is actually asleep now. So he's here until right around 4 a.m. Okay, so let's leave. Oh, okay.
This isn't the time to be
Oops.
bothering people.
Oops. 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 I think this is going to affect that trust meter a little bit. So what you doing? I assume she's not going to want to talk to me, but let's see what happens. Not that menu. What are you doing?
I don't feel like talking.
That's fair. I'm just going to go now. Have a nice night. Sorry about all that. I didn't, that's not really what I expected to witness. Let's talk to Anton. And I swear I'm going to take that break. Ignore that I crawled from another bed. I'm the floor inspector. This isn't up to code. There you go.
I'm
Thank
listening.
you. What you doing, Anton? I did the wrong thing again.
I'm getting a little fresh air.
Just getting some fresh air. Okay. All right. I can't think of anything else to ask. So I'm going to do a save. Slot 4. Okay. I'm going to bring this menu up just to hopefully freeze time here more effectively. I'm going to go take a break, and then I'll come back and continue. I am taking a break right now. Back in a few. Probably 5 to 10 minutes realistically. Okay. All right. So I realized that I should have
You again.
reviewed what. Obviously, we can't talk to Sue right now, but we should check what Anton and Sue say about each other.
It's a well-deserved rest.
What? Huh. When you ask somebody about a person, is that time specific? Oh, fuck. Like, he seems to be commenting on what Sue is doing right now, which I always assumed that everybody's responses to asking about a person was like, you know, always going to be the same throughout the day. But I know that's not what he always says about Sue. Hey, Baltimore, good to see you. Oh, man. It's interesting that Dronon is not even sure. Let's see what he says about other people right now. Like, certainly, like, you know, when Just is dead, that changes what people say about him.
The first time I saw him, I said to myself, that guy wouldn't hurt a fly, and I was right.
So, like, we knew that.
A really good woman, believe you me.
When I asked about Sue, he said, a well-deserved rest. Which is not what I expected. Like, I can't remember what he normally says about Sue, but I didn't expect him to comment on what she's doing right now.
It's a well-deserved rest.
Fascinating. Let's. I wish I could follow Anton. Let's see. He will, in the near future, go to the pond. And then he sees the strongbox there and is just like fascinated by it. Oh, let's observe here. Nothing remarkable. Okay. Oh, Anton just left. Let's see if he's at the pond now. No, he's not here yet. The water is low but rising. Where is Anton right now? Let's see. It's 10 to 5. But you do follow me. Yeah. I feel like he's got to be somewhere nearby, I would think. But maybe not. The garden? No. Maybe he's just back at the pier. Okay, he is. A strongbox, says Bruce? You were dreaming. He's drunk, says Roy. Okay, so he's already seen the strongbox. Oh, I spent a lot of time walking around. I sometimes forget that it's easy to pass a lot of time just by popping through different locations. Silver said this game may, in fact, be too difficult. I think it's definitely more difficult than it ought to be. I admire everything it is doing, but it is a little bit too hard. I wish there were more games that tried to like do all the kind of stuff this game is doing. Like I would even be fine with just like a very similar take on like all these same mechanics, just, you know, kind of rethought and you know, trying to make it a little more approachable. Like I feel like just something like having more text than just this single line at the bottom would make it easier to understand what's going on in any given situation. Okay, so let's talk to Anton about Sue again. It's 6:00 now.
Again.
Hopefully he'll say his normal response now.
It's a well-deserved rest.
I think it's only the one response. The French one is colloquial and I don't know it. C'est le repos du guerrier. Literally, it's the rest sleep of the warrior. Huh. Guerrier. Guerrier. Huh. That's interesting. So he always says that. That seems so odd. And it also seems odd that I don't remember that. Because, like, if he's saying that during the day that... Well, I mean, I guess there's a bunch of lines that are a little bit confusing. And, you know, I guess it's possible I've just never asked him about Sue. Like, it's definitely possible I've missed some questions here and there. In other words, you wish there was UX in 1989. I mean, yeah. You know, I feel like mostly it's like, you know, so many things in games had never been tried before. And, you know, now we have a better understanding of what works and like what kind of guidance you need to give players to make things more approachable. That's not what I meant to do. Let's see. Sue wakes up. She's probably not quite awake yet. I don't want to get any negative trust points, so I don't want to bother her until she's awake. Let's see. The strong box is going to disappear soon. We should go observe that. If nothing else. A strong box. Geez, all I have is the key I just took. I guess I've mostly been focusing on talking. I'm just trying to think. Well, I was trying to think, you know, maybe there's some way I could fish this strong box out of the water, but like, based on my experiences with the game overall, I feel like there's probably not any way I can like affect an event that noteworthy. So I probably cannot fish it out. The best I could probably hope to do is to learn about who does get it out of the water. Like I said a while ago, Roy is near the pond around the time it disappears. And I think most of the other men are at the pier. Actually, I don't have... Anita is at the pond around that time. We don't know where Maggie and Sue are. That's also right after Juiced's body is found. Let's poke around a little. Okay, so I think it's probably safe to go in Sue's room. Like, even if she's in there, she's probably awake at least. So hopefully that's okay. I hope.
This isn't the time to be bothering people.
She was still sleeping. Bye. I could have maybe tried bribing her. Actually, do I have any money? I think I gave all my money to Maggie. Oh, no, I still have $15. Right. I tried to give her the rest, and she was like, no, that's not enough. Let's see. Even if I'm waking her up, we can find out if Maggie's still in her room. Okay. We've been told that Juice's body has been fished out at the pier. Rez Mason says, I just had a crazy idea for a new game type, crime-solving falling block puzzle. Clues drop down from the top, and you need to place them adjacent to other clues to solve cases. It could be called Crime Wave. I would love to play it. I encourage you to get started right away. Oh, I forgot I need to click through there. Let's try that again. Okay, Maggie's here, and she was asleep. Okay. I'm going to get arrested and thrown in jail. 7:05. Let's wait. I'm impatient. I'm going to try the same thing again and hope it works this time. Okay, she's not here anymore. That's not what I wanted either. Where is she? She might be in here. No. The bar? There we go. Okay, got a bunch of people in here. Great. Actually, let's start with Sue. We want to ask Sue about Anton. Oh, Anton is also here. Shoot, I should have observed. Let's ask about Anton and then observe quickly.
Ask Anita, he's her best customer.
That's interesting. Huh. No cries, Anita. Not him. It's not true. It's not possible. Okay. See, here's another, like, give me more context. Like, this is clearly what someone is saying. Who is saying this? It sounds like Anita is particularly upset about Juice's death. Which... I don't know. It's hard to make sense of everyone's relationships in this game. Like, figure out what different characters actually feel about other characters. Okay, Anita has left. Interesting. Nothing to signal. Okay. Huh. I have too many other games to make first. That's understandable.
You need me for something, love. A fine-looking girl and all the same, not lazy.
Okay.
She was always a pain.
Was? That was about Anita. Why are you using past tense?
There's not much to say about that, you know.
Not a fan of Anton, I guess. Let's see what Anton says about Anita.
I'm listening. She's nice to me.
Okay. I'm trying to figure out, like, it's hard to be sure because we're given so little information, but it seems like Anton and Sue are in a relationship or something. Like, I was telling Unsecret Crush during break, like it seemed like that scene where we were hiding under the bed observing it all. Like it seemed like more than a business transaction, you know? Like, you know, there was laughing and multiple other emotions happening, which, you know, doesn't necessarily mean anything, but like we're given so little information in this game, like we got to make some amount of assumptions, I think. So like that's my take on it. And it seems like they're hiding their interest in each other because like I don't think we were given any hints at that I can think of. Crush says, I suggested that Sue might just specialize in the girlfriend experience. Certainly a possibility. Drona says, there are tons of things in this game you have to infer, deduce without clear statements. Yeah. So like, you know, unless I come up with something that contradicts it, like I feel like that's the assumption I'm going with is like they have some kind of relationship and they seem to be hiding it. Like they both lied about what they were doing. Sue said she was just sleeping. Anton said he was on watch. And like you ask them about each other, they don't have that much to say about the other. Like other characters will comment on different people, you know, having an interest in other people or whatever. Like we never hear any gossip about Anton and Sue or anything. So yeah, I don't know. I do feel like maybe ultimately, like as far as plot goes, like that scene maybe exists so that you know, a crime can happen because Anton's slacking and not on watch like he's supposed to be. So, you know, maybe learning more about it doesn't necessarily tell us something, even if we could. Yeah, what to do now? The strongbox is probably disappeared while we've been in this menu. Let's see what time it is. We are worn out, which is not ideal. It is now 8:20, so I think the strongbox is definitely gone. Let's look for schedule gaps here. Excuse me. Maggie, Sue, and Anita are the ones we have the least information about, but also like I increasingly wonder, like, you know, how much of this information I have written down is correct. Like a lot of the stuff I have written down is because we were told someone was in a particular location by that person. So like if they're lying, you know, that's something we should confirm. Let's try following Maggie, I guess. At the kitchen, in the kitchen bar, in the saloon. I feel like we haven't heard this song before. I'm pretty sure there are different following songs. I don't think it's the same one every time. In the saloon. So now it's 8:30, I think. Continue to follow in front of Maggie's. Oh, we've been spotted.
So come with me.
What? I mean, that's what I've been doing. It's not the response I expected.
What's the question? I'm at home.
Okay. It's interesting. Oh, look. It's nice to have all this text without any gaps. That's pretty good. Make sure I've written all these down. So we have Lady in Black, Marie's Bookshelf, Juice Death, Strongbox, White Slavery, Locked Room. Okay. Oh, shit. We didn't get Juice Death. That happened already, right? Dang it. Oh, wait. Juice Murderer appears up there. Oh, Juice Death is at the bottom. Okay. So we got to talk to Anton about Juice Death. Lucy's departure, statue at the pond. Okay. And then we got a whole bunch of stuff in the middle we're still missing. After the shots are fired at 10 a.m., we'll get that to appear. When Marie's body shows up, that appears, the body on the South Beach in the middle. But then there's a bunch of other gaps we have not figured out what goes in there. So let's see. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So we're missing quite a bit for sure.
That room's empty. It was Lucy's room, but she left a while ago.
Drona, you said test a theory from earlier. What were you referring to? Let's see if Anton is still in here, because I want to get that topic unlocked. Anita's here. Keep forgetting to observe. But he's gone. Bruce is here. Oh, Bruce we wanted to talk to. Maybe that's the theory. Oh, shit. Maybe that's the theory you're referring to. Damn it, he left. Crap. I meant to observe. I just completely spaced out and clicked on the wrong thing. Not even close to the right thing. All right, where's Bruce? We're going to find Bruce. Bruce. Maggie's. I don't know where he is after Maggie's. It's 11:30. Later he's at the bar drunk as a skunk. But where is he right now? Let's see. Let me check my notes. So we wanted to ask Bruce about the bookshelf, because he had an interesting response. Oh, the diamond. Let's go find the diamond. I think that's Juice Key that we have. So we can take this diamond. It's in the pocket. Don't think looking at that broken glass is important, but we'll do it anyway. Oh, let's open this and take the wig. I don't know that this is important, but it feels like an important piece of evidence. So maybe there's something we can do with it that we haven't figured out yet. Oh, I'm beat. That's not great. I think lunch... Did I write down the actual food times somewhere? I think I did. Okay, food, 9 to 9:30, 1 to 2, 8 to 9. Beat is not good. I don't know for sure if I can survive until lunch. So maybe we should go rest. Ugh, this game is so hard. I don't have time to feed myself and solve murders. And rest. So I'm going to rest. I'm going to sleep once. Okay, we're back to worn out. So I think we can make it until lunchtime, which is coming up soon now. Roy. Let's see. Oh, we have two things. We have two bits of dialogue we want to get from Bruce now. I'm going to do a save in slot 4. So where's Bruce? He should be at the bar now, I think. Hopefully he's not... Oh, I'm beat again. Damn it. It's almost lunchtime, though. Sue is here. Keep forgetting to observe. Nothing in particular. There's Bruce. Thank you. Nothing remarkable. Okay. Hopefully by the time we're done talking to Bruce, we can have some lunch. Okay. So we want to ask Bruce about the bookshelf.
The one who broke in will let you in on it.
Okay. So I suspect Chris was the one that broke in. So I'm curious what will happen if I remember that line and then repeat it to Chris. So let's memorize that in slot 4. And then we want to show the diamond.
Roy wears a diamond like that in his right ear.
And I'm curious what Roy will say if I tell him that. So let's memorize that in slot 5. I think that's it. Let's look at the other topics we have here.
You can't escape destiny.
Somebody... Oh, almost yanked my audio interface off the desk. I gotta wrangle my cords a little better. Somebody told us very matter-of-factly that they were positive someone else killed Juiced just because they were super racist. I want to say it was Anton that said that about Bruce, but I can't remember if that's correct. Yeah.
I've never seen one on the island.
Never seen a strongbox on the island. Okay. Okay. Anita, Bruce, Anton. Got a bunch of people here. Nothing noteworthy. Just make sure I have... it's 1 o'clock. Bar. Maggie. Bar. Anita. Bar. Okay. And then we wanted to talk to Roy and Chris. So where are they right now? Roy is at Juiced's or North Beach, probably. Chris is Oh, is also at Juice around the same time. They sure are around each other a lot. Oh man, I haven't checked on the tree in a while. Shit. The hole in the tree. There's so much to keep track of in this game. It's very challenging. Okay, Roy's here. Great. So let's... I've got a save that's pretty recent, so I'm not too worried about this. I'm just worried this might give us some kind of bad outcome, or at least lead to us being arrested sooner. Okay, I think let's show him the diamond first.
It's not mine. You can see I have 9 in my ear.
And then let's present. I think that was 5.
But what are you talking about?
Okay, let's make sure that was the right one.
Roy wears a diamond like that in his right ear.
Okay, so that didn't get us much of a response. I mean, he already kind of gave his answer, right? Like, his story is just that he's obviously still wearing his earring, so this can't be his. But we know that he had a spare diamond in his room, which is no longer there at this point. There's no way to like confront him on that because it's not dialogue. So yeah. Let's see. The other thing I wanted to do was to talk to Chris. So let's check this menu. Oh, right. We need to talk to Anton about Juice's death. Again, too much stuff to keep track of. And I cannot remember. I'm going to have to make a spreadsheet because I can't keep track of. Like, I think if nothing else, I want to make a spreadsheet of everyone's responses to these topics in particular.
Wallace was the guardian of the pond.
I feel like this other stuff is not quite as important to keep track of, but I should probably still at some point like very methodically go around and make sure I've asked everyone like at least about all the different people. And then the schedule and the what have you noticed. That's so much to go through. I don't think I'm going to be methodical about that unless I'm feeling really desperate. And also, like, people could be lying here. So unless I'm trying to, like, call somebody out on a contradiction, I don't think I want to do that.
I'm listening.
Okay, so that's enough out of Bruce. Let's try to find Chris. Let's see. My notes say Chris should be at Juice in a few minutes at least. Okay, so Roy's here now. Nothing to signal. I want to wait. Like, I feel like the fact that both of them are here for a little bit is interesting to me. Oh, shit. I forgot to eat. Oh, I'm going to die. I'm going to die of tripping and falling because I don't feel well. If I survive long enough, we can go sleep some more. I mean, I feel like we're already headed for a failure here at this point in the game, but it'd be nice to survive a little bit longer if we can. I haven't, like, this at this point in the game onward until, like, I think the game pretty much ends at 11 p.m.-ish if you haven't solved the murders at that point. So, like, this part of the game, I have not spent a lot of time exploring. And I bet it's at least one interesting thing I've missed that happens in that time period. Love that you could be talking about the game or real life. Yeah. Where's Chris? Torsten Bronger, hello. The eating problem is completely unrelated to the mystery, isn't it? Like a game in a game. Yeah, like we need to look after our health. So we can do that by sleeping or eating. I feel like ultimately it's in here to like create this tension of like you want to be constantly investigating the mysteries, but you know you're forced to look after your bodily needs. So like it creates this problem of like, okay, when do I do this? I'm gonna miss an entire hour of things happening. So I do think it's like it's there for a very important reason, and it works really well. But yeah, it doesn't really have anything to do with the mystery for sure. Nothing in particular. So at 7 p.m., it's 2:15 now. At 7 p.m., there'll be another body found on South Beach, and that is Marie's body. Oh shit! That's definitely not always there. I think we found the murder weapon that killed Juiced. I know I've poked around on this screen before, but I just thought, well, I'm waiting here. I might as well search. Oh shit! The dagger is old. It's several centuries old. Nothing to read. Missing a sixth sense. The blade is dull. I'm pretty sure I've searched here before. I'm not positive. Interesting. Okay. I'm going to take it. Let's show it to Roy.
Always under my feet.
Yeah. Everybody hates it when you talk to them twice in a row. Diamond, wig. What's he say about the wig?
I couldn't say. The island was a pirate's lair. They left some traces here and there.
Interesting. Also, nice little rhyme there. Interesting. Oh. The medallion had a slot on it. I was trying to think of things that could possibly connect. Like, is there something we could do with this dagger? I still don't know if there's any way to use two items together, but like, I feel like there's got to be something we can do with that medallion at some point. You can close that cold case from 1762. Indeed. All right, let's get out of this and see if Chris has showed up yet. No. Oh, no. Roy's gone and Bob's here? Am I wrong about Chris being here? Huh. I'm going to put a question mark on that. That's interesting. Huh. Okay, so in my notes here, I have Roy and Chris are here around 2. You know, maybe we just missed Chris or something. I don't know. And then I have Bob and Roy are here around 3. So it's now 3:30. Oh, is it possible I missed Chris while I was talking to Roy? I hate that. Okay, let's observe. Bob's face looks very worried. Let's ask Bob about the knife. Let's run around and show this knife to everybody.
What do you want? The island was a pirate lair. They left some traces here and there.
We found that at approximately 2 p.m. on the 1st. Because I really want to check if that's there earlier. Okay, we were trying to find Chris. We have no idea. There's a big gap in Chris's timeline. Also Roy's, for that matter. Honestly, I probably should have just followed Roy. Much later in the day, like at 8, they're at the pier, but we have no idea where they are until then. Oh, Chris is on the deck around 7, but that's still a huge gap. Okay. Let's wander around. Oh, I'm beat. I'm going to die if I don't sleep. I guess I'll sleep. Oh. Bruce, Roy, Chris, Anton. Okay. Let's observe. The sailor's on watch, on duty, or on leave. Okay, let's talk to Chris real quick. Hopefully I don't die while I'm talking to him.
What for?
Okay, so Bruce told us about the bookshelf. The one who broke in will let you in on it. So I was wondering what would happen if I repeated that information back to Chris. Excuse me. Oh, man. I still have an occasional cough since I've been sick. Most of the time I'm fine, just occasionally I'll start coughing. It's very annoying. And I hope that stops soon. It does seem like it's happening less and less. So we want to ask him his opinion on the bookshelf, and then we'll repeat that line back to him.
I'm like you. This bookshelf intrigues me.
My headphone, like I think the connection on my headphones is bad. I might need to buy new headphones. Let's see. We need to remember. I think it's slot 4, but I want to make sure.
The one who broke in will let you in on it.
Fight Magic Item Run. Hello, good to see you. I'm going to assume by this screenshot alone that this game is pretty dry. I wouldn't describe it as dry, but it requires a lot of patience, for sure.
I don't see what you are getting at.
That didn't get us anywhere. All right, we need to go rest now. Torsten Bronger says, it is an acquired taste, but I like the thoroughness with which it needs to be played. Yes, I like that as well. It's just a blue pixel. Every time I see a pixel that's like a different color than its surroundings, I'm like, is that a thing? I don't think it is, but let's check. You have to put your cards on the table. Okay. It doesn't seem to be anything. Let's sleep. We need to get out of being beat, at the very least. I think we'll settle for worn out because, like I said, we're getting close to basically the end of the game if I don't solve things. So we don't want to waste too much time sleeping. Let's see. At 8, I should try to eat. If we're still alive. Okay. Roy, Chris, and Bob. On watch, on duty, or on leave. Okay. I'm just looking at my notes here. Observe more often. Been trying to do that. Fill in schedule gaps. Done that a tiny bit, but not as much as I'd like. I have a note. Can the fish tank be moved? I think I tried this. I'm pretty sure I did, but I still would like to try that at some point. Search each screen more thoroughly, especially outdoors. I at least tried that once and found a dagger. Oh, let's try showing the dagger to more people. Shoot. I think Roy and Chris are the ones I showed that to.
What do you want?
Gaps, yeah, like in people's schedules. Like, you know, I don't know what Roy was doing from 2 to 7, for example, on the current day.
The island was a pirate's lair. They left some traces here and there.
Is everyone going to say that same line? It's fascinating. I don't think we had asked Bob. I feel like we've gotten that line from 3 different people now. Let's go. No, like I want to check every like pot now. Dead end. There's a cigarette butt in this bush, we know. But no one seemed very interested in it. Let's see. Did I ever get the key from Anita's room in this playthrough? I don't think I did. Ah, shit, she's here.
You wanted to see me?
Sure. Have anything in here we want to ask her about? Juice stuff.
Why, it's too unfair.
So she, like... There's been multiple mentions of her being super upset about Juice's death. So, like, I think that is genuine. Just looking up what we know about Anita. Communist says Sue is her best friend. Quote, tells her everything. Bob says, tell her to be careful what she says. It's easy to say the wrong thing. Maggie said, Bob is convinced Anita kidnapped Marie because she needs her boat. Right. That was a really weird discovery. Suggesting that Marie has a boat? And also Bob thinks that Anita is the lady in black. Let's see what we have about Juiced. He's the handyman. Wouldn't hurt a fly. The last of the Maupitis. One of the innocents. Life has been cruel to him, is what Maggie said. He was scared when we asked him about the wig. Did I show her the dagger?
It's not mine.
Dronan says, I think the pronoun may have been mistranslated. I wondered if that was a possibility. At least she said something different about the dagger. All right. Bruce. Oh yeah, I was gonna try to move the... Nothing's happening. Sound. A lot of waves for nothing at all. This is mostly trying to like it seems a little weird that there's glass that you would think came from here, like way over here. I don't know. I'm just trying to like think of why that is. You know, like maybe it was closer to the window and then it got moved. You're giving your shoes a drink? Okay. Oh, shit! A cache! Oh, and is this broken on the side? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. You put your hands on a jewel box. There's an inscription under the box. Gemelos e indivisibles. Gemelos e indivisible. I'm trying to decide if I should run that through Google Translate. Does that feel too much like cheating? I think that if this were real life, I would figure out a way to, outside of the game, find out what this meant. You know, like, asking someone, or like I think this is Spanish. Spanish detected. Twins and indivisible. Huh. What? Behind fish tank. Cache. Jewel box. Twins and indivisible. Oh, interesting. Okay, it says it's showing translations for with a G. Like, same etymology as Gemini. Interesting. Gemelos? Okay. Or in French, jumeau. Okay, let's sniff it. Doesn't smell like anything. Let's touch it. The stones give way when you touch them. That's exactly like the medallion. Oh, it's talking about the two medallions. We found one medallion on North Beach, and it's got stones that give the same response. And someone says that Just and Marie both had a medallion like that. Can we open this? I don't know if, like, with either of these things, like, it's fascinating to me that, you know, I can choose where to touch things. So I don't know if there's anything where, like, it's important, you know, maybe like this is kind of a combination where I have to touch these in the right order or something. I really don't know. But also, like, there's no action to try to open an item like this. Okay, let's take it. We have a letter. Djibouti, December 26, 1953. My love, soon I'll have enough money to take you far away from Maupiti. Wait for me. I'll be back soon. I love you, Bob. Okay. December 26th. So that was pretty recently. We start on the 31st is the first, like, in-game day. Oh wait, no, that's January 31st. So this is over a month ago. Bob is from Djibouti. Maybe unclear. Okay. Smells like ambergris toilet water. So it's like perfumed. Okay, let's take it. A sheet of paper. What? Oh. Taco Adventure. Hello. Great to see you. This is maybe a list of the songs on the piano, which is interesting. Requiem, Kyrie, Elison, Ham and Eggs, Mechanical, Piano, Boogie Woogie, Ragtime, Sugar Daddy, In the Mood, Magdalena Bach, Minuet 2, Painful Memory, Blueberry's Rag, Les Amants de Pont Neuf, Magdalena Bach, Minuet 1, The Waltz of the Four Drunks. Taco, I hope you had a great stream. Robot Odyssey. I was watching you play that the other day, and it looks very cool. I hope you had a great time. I'm Robot Spacer, for anyone new here. We were playing Maupiti Island. Originally came out for Amiga in 1990 and was ported over to DOS in 91, which is the version we are checking out. It is a very challenging detective mystery game. described by more than one person as one of the most difficult games ever made. It's certainly one of the most difficult games I've ever played. But we have made some exciting discoveries tonight. That didn't seem super interesting, but there were some other interesting items we found with it. I think we'll leave that one because that's it. Okay. Made 0 progress in 3 hours, so it was just a time. Dronan says, from the manual, the yacht you arrived on, piloted by Bob and Anton, belongs to a friend that your character was visiting in Madagascar. Yes. The Brisbane. Okay. What now? I'm so glad I both made a note to do that and finally remembered to come back and try it. I honestly didn't think that would do anything. Okay, so what now? The best thing I can think of to do at this point is to show these items to some folks. You've done this earlier, but look at the arrangement when you open the window. Oops. I was hoping we might get a better look at this. Like, you know, so this is broken. And it looks like the side of the tank here, which previously would have been like, you know, off screen. It looks like that's broken as well. And I remember at one point I was kind of speculating about, you know, trying to understand what happened here. This all being broken happens later. So that's unrelated, just to clarify. But like, so the woman in this room went missing at one point. And when we arrived to investigate, like, this is already broken. And I assume this is already broken as well. But since we just discovered it, it's hard to be positive. I think it's a safe assumption. So like, what exactly broke this window? Like, I think my initial assumption was that, oh, I can't close that? Huh, interesting. Okay. I was going to close it, but my initial assumption was that, you know, somebody smashed the glass and then, you know, reached into like, break in from the outside, but I'm not sure that's correct. There are a lot of guns around, so I do kind of wonder if, you know, maybe someone was coming in through the window, or was, you know, maybe over here trying to get into her hidden cache, and like maybe she shot at them or something. I really don't know. Let's see if there's a gun in this drawer, actually. I don't know if that would necessarily mean anything. A lighter. Lucky strikes, that's all. There's also this brooch on the bed. I don't know if that's... or brooch if you prefer. I don't know what to make of that. There's a match down here that I think about a lot. It's one of the many things where the game's like a clue. But it's hard to know if it really is a clue. It's there the whole game. And I don't know what to make of it. T for 2. Searching in the dark. And then also another thing under here, we find this bracelet. I'm definitely I'm more suspicious of this now that we found this hidden compartment. I'm way more suspicious of this bracelet, which belongs to Anita. Just like it seems like, maybe she could have dropped it while she was going in here or something. Cheap jewelry. Smooth. Can we take it? Hands are full. Okay. I think I want to hold on to everything I got, so we'll leave it there. I've already shown that to people, so I don't know that it's useful to do anything with. Bruce and Anton. Bruce is pallid. You find traces of vomit at the corners of his mouth. Oh! Yeah, Bruce is the one that finds Marie's body, that happened while we were in there, I think. Okay. Let's talk to Bruce.
Yes, sailor.
Let's see. Okay, what are you doing?
I don't know, it's horrible.
Fair. Let's see what we have in here. It's interesting that we didn't get... Like, I think looking at those items must have missed the part where we learn about the body. Or maybe that hasn't happened yet. Let's back out of here. And just show them these items.
I'm listening.
Key, diamond, wig, dagger. I can't remember who we've shown the dagger to. I think we showed it to him.
It's not mine.
Jewel box.
You think that's a clue?
I kind of think it's a clue. It seems important.
Bob would go to hell for her. He would spend eternity on a ghost ship if it were with her.
We already knew that. Okay. All right. Let's talk to Anton. Oh, right. I still have not
I'm listening.
asked Anton about juice stuff. So let's do that first.
Chris looked at Just's body. He told us that his throat had been cut before he was dumped in the water.
Dronan says side linguistics in French, jumelle can also mean binoculars. And not sure, maybe an antiquated term for spectacles. Interesting.
It's not mine.
Dagger is not his. Jewel box.
If I find out something about that, I'll let you know.
Okay. And the letter.
Bob's crazy about her.
Okay. Excuse me. Okay, so now we have Juice Murderer up here. Still got a big old gap in the middle. Oh, so we're missing something between relationship Bob Marie and Lady in Black. We've never found that. I'm going to take myself a screenshot of this. Is the most complete topic list we've had. And I've got it all written down, but it's useful to see where the gaps are.
It's Bruce. He hates blacks. Go find out why.
Okay, so I did remember that correctly. Okay. Oh no, I think I'm dying. I think I should have slept or eaten. Oh, that wasn't the problem. Your lack of psychology has made you persona non grata. Maggie was furious. With Anton, she took you to Mahi on board the Brisbane, then she went to get the police who took the matter in hand. Check and mate. So once again, we have lost for being too suspicious, not being trusted. We made it pretty far, honestly. I suspect that showing those items to Anton is what did me in there. I'm trying to find my reset count. We're at 31 now. It's 2 a.m., so I think that's going to be it for the night, unfortunately. But we made pretty good progress, I think. That hidden cache is very, very interesting. So interesting. I hate waiting a week every time we play this game. One step forward. Yeah, a pretty good step, I feel like. So, there'll be more next week. Week from today. Also, on Friday, we have a little change of schedule. I will be playing the demo for Perfect Tide Station to Station, which I'm super excited about. The demo will be released for everyone a week from today on Tuesday, so I'll be getting a chance to play it a little bit early. It sounds like it's a pretty sizable demo, like the first day of the game. I think there's like 16 days in the game, is what was said. Trying to look up that tweet. And I'll try to get through as much of it as I can.
Thanks.
The demo contains the first day of gameplay and story from the full game, 1 of 16 in total. It's gonna be a beast, says Meredith Gran. So, very excited about that. Thank you for the thanks on Secret Crush. I was wondering if you had fallen asleep. Thank you for the scream. All right. I feel like I'm forgetting something. On Secret Crush, we'll be streaming Thursday, continuing the current Genshin Impact event. Res Mason says, I'm a Grand fan. Nice. Same. Let's see. I'm continuing to check the December website. What is... Oh, like a dragon. Okay. Most of these people are not playing DOS games regularly. It'd be nice to raid someone that we don't raid too often. always fun to do. Also trying to bring home the bird mother. Yes, of course, very important. So many choices. Let's rate. Let me check a couple streams real quick. Let's see, I also, excuse me. I also got my Apple goggles today, finally. Well, I got them yesterday. I tried them without prescription lenses, it didn't go well. Everything was very blurry, and I had a very difficult time using it, as one might expect. But today I got my prescription lenses, and I started over, and it all went much better. It's a very weird experience. But I have promised to at some point do a co-working on the Moon stream, in which I work on a game of some sort, either the World Builder game or the Playdate port of it. And I'll be on the Moon mostly, and we can just all hang out and have a nice time for a little bit. I'm not sure when that will be. I definitely need to spend a little more time with the goggles, getting used to them. I did a little testing. The setup is going to be very weird. It's going to involve 2 computers plus the goggles. One computer I'll be working on, and the other computer I'll be streaming from. And a fun thing I realized today is that if I look at the computer I'm streaming from, first of all, y'all will see like my whole OBS setup and everything. But then also like it's like that whole like infinite mirror situation. Because, I'll be looking at what I'm seeing, and then it just keeps going and going. So I need to avoid doing that. So Unsecret Crush might have to be a little more involved in this stream than usual. I might have to make her like operate the OBS computer when necessary. Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to figure it out. It's gonna be very weird. Hinton says, can you hold off doing your stream until I find a Quest 3 in stock to Moon co-work along with you? I can't make any promises, but I'll see what I can do. It depends how long that takes you. Don't cause your own hypnosis on stream. I'll do my best. The other thing is, if I'm fully on the Moon, I won't actually be able to see the OBS computer. I'll only be able to see the other computer that I'm working on, and then any other windows I open up. So yeah, lots of things to think about. I think we'll go say hello to Ash Said Hi. She's playing Zelda 2 Crowd Control for American Heart Association, which sounds, frankly, like anything crowd control seems extremely chaotic to me. But I also don't fully understand how that stuff works. I feel like it probably depends on the game. But we'll go find out. Hello once again, 2 a.m., my friend. Yeah, it's kind of 2 a.m. But thank you all for hanging out. I had a great time as always, and I appreciate you all being here. I hope we'll see you on Friday, but regardless, have a great rest of your week, and we'll see you around. Take care.